Welcome to day 2 of our technical workshop. How was your night? Team Nairobi, how was Kampala? Yes, Team Nairobi. How did you feel about Kampala? Yes, I know Kampala is cool, but Nairobi is cold. When you go to Nairobi around July, you just feel that in a dry place. Okay. Yeah, we got to start with our program. We had agreed yesterday that by 9, but we are late by 30 minutes. And today we want to make adjustments of our program. All our presenters of the day, if you have submitted your presentations with our media, Session 5, Improving Activity Data for Tier 2. Session 6, Data Quality Control and Quality Assurance, Data Governance and Institution Roles. Session 7, GHG Mitigation and MRV Readiness for the carbon market. We want within the first hour of the day, at least by midday, we should be able. So we want to compress this such that we have time for us to reflect, for us to agree on the roadmap or finalize the roadmap that we are going to follow. So we want to make it more of the discussion that will enable us to have clear roadmap, clear actions that will lead us into the establishment of the MRV system. Discussions were initiated yesterday, and we shall make follow-ups. So on that note, therefore, I want us to pray, because the good Lord that took you yesterday kept you the whole night, and I know he has brought you. But also I want to thank God that all of you are here, good, looking, healthy, and the Bible says good and faithful servants who are serving this country, who are serving this nation, the regional nations, and the global nations at large. Good and faithful servants, you're welcome. Father in heaven, we want to thank you for yet this day that we have come to articulate issues regarding, oh my Father, averting, oh Lord, the mitigations that come from the implementations that we do. But Lord, oh God, we thank you for all the participants that have come here healthy. Lord, may you be in our presence. Take charge of this place, that the right actions at the end shall be formulated. Praying all this, believing in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So all of us have our program, and you have looked at the arrangement, and with that adjustment that we want to compress, and a few. Yesterday, we had agreed that the aspects of packages in the implementation of Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project under the livestock value chain would present. However, we have a session 7, where we have a team implementing livestock value chain under Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation. As they present, we shall also amend that to have the presentation of packages. So we are adjusting from where we said yesterday they will have the opening presentation. I think this is relevant and intertwined more when the team is presenting about the mitigation and MRV readiness for carbon market. So we adjust that session to have 3 presentations. Opportunities for greenhouse gas mitigation and carbon removal in the livestock production, MRV requirements for climate finance and carbon market participation, but also we are going to have the packages implemented by livestock value chain under climate smart project in Uganda. So that is the adjustment. And then the session of today's session number 5 that we are going to start. Presenter number 1 will be Dr. Ibrahim. We have adjusted slightly. Then Joachim Idibu will present immediately after Ibrahim. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this time invite Dr. Ibrahim Wanyama, somebody who has taken us through manure management, studied, gotten all the composition, and helped in the MRV implementation in that specific parameter. So you're most welcome, Doctor. Please take us through and walk us through so that we understand all the data in the country that involves the manure management. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, once again, I'm Ibrahim Wanyama, and I work with the International Livestock Research Institute, and I'm here to share with you. Can you please put up the presentation? Okay. So I'm here to share with you some work that we have been doing towards improving data for manure management, for MRV and our greenhouse gas emissions. And we are a team. I didn't do this alone. We are a team from Makerere University, from Erie, students and research associates. So yesterday, everyone was talking bad things about manure being an emission source. But we should also appreciate that manure is an important resource. It's a feasible way of restoring our soil health. It improves the physical, chemical, and biological properties of the soil. So it's an all-round amendment. And then it can also be used to generate clean energy, that's biogas production, and also can be used as a growth media for production of worms via the vermicomposting process, and this is a rich source of proteins. So it's good to appreciate that. But also manure is an environmental pollutant if it's not managed well. It can lead to nitrate leaching into the groundwater, and also open water sources if it's eroded, and also ammonia emissions. Actually, most of the nitrogen in the manure is lost as ammonia, and this also affects the biodiversity because ammonia emissions create acid rains, which affect biodiversity. And then manure is also associated with health risks, like the pathogens which can be passed on from manure and affect both animals and plants. No, rather animals and humans. So it's also important to take note of that. And then also, because we use a lot of antibiotics, there is a risk of passing on antimicrobial resistant like genes from the manure into other livestock and also humans. So why we are here is manure as a source of greenhouse gas emissions. And in Uganda, oh, can you please go back? So in Uganda, manure actually is the major source of nitrous oxide. From all the sources, manure is the #1 emitter of nitrous oxide. And also in terms of trends, it's one of the emission sources which has shown increasing trends over time. So with that, we can't escape Tier 2, as Dr. Zua presented yesterday. And also going forward, parties are supposed to submit by annual transparent reports and the national inventory reports, and all these require detailed data. So we need Tier 2 data for accounting for manure emissions. Next slide. So there are two major emissions. There are two major greenhouse gas types from manure, that's methane and nitrous oxide. And what determines the potential emission of these gases? Manure properties. I don't want to go into this. Dr. Katongole talked about this yesterday. But what's important here are the underlying like drivers for the properties, for the quantity of the manure produced and also the quality of the manure. And that's the activity data that we are like collecting. So next slide, please. And the activity data is summarized on my left. And here the activity data of interest are the manure management system, the time spent in the confinement, the proportion of manure that is left in pasture and under management, because we have to divide this manure into those respective like components, because our interest here is the manure which is under management. Manure where the farmer can do management, not the manure in the pasture. And then also we need the hard structure, live weight, storage duration, housing. How is the, okay, does it have a cover? The manure storage facilities, okay, do they have cover flow? And then manure treatment, the fate of manure, is it burnt? Is it used for fertilization? Then the feed basket, Professor Katongole talked about that. And then also the ecological zones for climate, because manure emissions are also driven by the temperature and the rainfall. So these variables or the activity data can be collected through surveys. And we have developed tools which can capture all those parameters. And these tools, we have developed them over time. We have used them in Ethiopia, in Uganda, in Kenya. And every time we meet challenges and then we solve it, so we make them better and better. But one thing about the tools is they have to be tailored for a production system and maybe the different value chain. You can't use maybe pig, like a tool used for like pig production. You can't use for like cattle. And then also we have developed manuals for manure sampling. Dr. Katongo yesterday said to characterize the manure properties, the volatile solids, the N excretion, we need to take manure samples. And to avoid the errors where he reported a case where some extension agents didn't take the fresh weight. So for us, we have developed a protocol which guides on how to collect this manure, how to handle it until the point of what analysis. So we have those protocols developed. Next slide, please. So I'm going to present some case studies of data that we have gathered. And the first one is the cattle and small ruminant value chain in southwestern Uganda. And we did this work in Isingiro, Kazo, and Kirura on cattle and small ruminants. And whenever we are doing the research, maybe in this like study areas, first of all, for representation, to get a good representative sample, we generate random points all over the districts so that we can have a chance for like all the farmers to be represented. And then also we overlay the maps of agroecological areas to capture the climate and to capture rainfall and like temperature. Yeah. So here we sampled 112 farmers in those 3 districts. Please, next slide. And the data that we collected, we used the survey to collect the manure management system, the manure management system data, like the manure storage, the duration of storage, and all. It's a variety of data. It's all in the tool. But what's important here, we used digital weighing scales to take the live weight of the animals. And this is one of the data that Dr. Katongere said is really like required for our MRVs and emission estimations. But we also used a weight band so that we can compare the two methods. And then we also add exclusive like cages to monitor the feed quantity, and we also analyze these feeds in the lab for the quality. And then we had the mean micro weather station to capture the temperature and rainfall data. And then also we took data on the hard structure. Next slide. And the other data that we took, which is good for like categorization of the animal subcategories, is the age. And most of the farmers don't know the age of the animals, but there's another method where I use the dental formula or like the status of the teeth to estimate the age of the animal. So that's what we used to improve on the accuracy of our data. And then also, Dr. Zua said yesterday, we need data on the activity of the animal. What distance has it like traveled over time? So we used GPS collars around the necks to track the movement of these animals, and this was done throughout the year. And then also we had like productivity data, like milk yield per day. Our farmers were like given forms where they were filling how much milk they get from the animals who are following every day for a full year. And then also milk yield, and then also the length of the lactation period, the milk quality. We took samples for fat and protein content, and then also the average weight gains for the heifers. And this was done over the year. So just one key result I'm presenting here because of time is the manual storage method. This is one of the data that we've been missing in Uganda. And from our results, we see that there are differences in manual storage across, across the value chains. For cattle and sheep, the most predominant manual storage type is the dry lot, where the animals are, where the manure is deposited in the corrals and it's left there to like dry. But if you go to the goats, the farmers do heaping, and they do it more frequently. So we can see differences already in manure management practices between like the value chains. Next slide, please. So that's what I can present for the first case study. But we have data, and I'll be talking about the data that we collected. So for the second value chain, we looked at the pig in central Uganda, in Impigi, Mukono, and Wuyukwe. So we also randomized the sampling, and we overlaid the map for the agroecological zones. And here we did 600 farmers. We did 200 farmers per district, and we used the same tool to collect all the activity data. Next slide. And still here on the manure management, what we see, first of all, there are two major confinement types. For the pig, there is the pig pen, where the pigs are housed, and then there is tethering. And we see there are differences in the manure management across the two systems. For the pig pen, the most predominant method is the heaping, while for the tethering, it's like dry road, because most of the manure is left to dry in the field. Next slide, please. So I can't present everything, but we have a detailed data set for the cattle, goats, and sheep. We have the manure management system, the proportion of manure under the different storage methods, the proportion of manure under pasture, the hard structure, the hedge, just like I explained in the methodology. We have the feed basket, the quality. We analyzed the feed for dry matter, digestive energy, metabolism energy, and then gross energy. We have the climate information, the dairy milk yield, the weights for the different cohorts, the weight gains, distance moved, mortality, and fertility rate data. So we have these data sets. And then for the pigs, we didn't go in depth like for the cattle. We didn't like do the weights by the scales, and so we just used the survey tool to like capture the manure management systems, the hard structure, mortality rate, and the feed basket. But we didn't go ahead to analyze the feed. So we have these two like data sets, and we shall talk. I mean, we shall discuss on how we can share, and I think Claudia will guide us in that. So yesterday we were talking of scaling this manure management practice because there is potential to reduce manure emissions. But the farmers they don't care about, they're not interested in the greenhouse gas emissions and the what MRV. So how do we get them interested? So we need to understand the farmers first of all. So we explored some social aspects, and this is published in a paper, characterization of pig manure management and associated environment and earth issues. So here we looked at two aspects. Can you go to the next slide? So the first aspect is we looked at why farmers are not practicing improved manure management practices. And here what came out clear, the major constraints are around labor, the cost of labor and availability of labor, the capital to invest in manure management, and also lack of information. So we took note of that. And then we also explored what would drive these farmers to improve their manure management. What would motivate the farmers to improve, so that we can leverage on that to scale our improved manure management practices. So here what we see is most farmers would be motivated to improve their manure management if the manure management practice improves the health. Okay, like it will reduce transmission of the pathogens from the manure to other animals and also from manure to humans. That's one, okay, those are the two motivating factors. The other motivating factor is the reduction of the odor in the manure. You know, pig manure smells a lot. So if you bring out a practice which can reduce on the smell of the manure, farmers are also motivated to like take that up. And then also improving the fertility, the fertilizer quality of the manure, because it's an important resource, and that's why I started with the benefits of manure in my introductory slide. It's a resource, and farmers here, there's high demand for manure in the central, because the soils are deteriorated. So farmers would be motivated to improve on their manure management if the practices improve on the fertilizer quality. So based on that, we developed a project, next slide, called the Saturity of Nutrients. Saturity of nutrients cover, okay, the first three words, saturity of nutrients, cover the fertilizer quality in agroecosystems and co-benefits on animal and human health. So this project, basically, we use those motivating factors, the fertilizer, like the fertilizer quality, then reduction of the pathogen loads for human and for human and the animal health. So that was the basis for development of this project. And the first activities that we did was to get a profile of improved manure management practices which can address those three components. But also we looked for those which can reduce on the greenhouse gas emissions. So our first line is not to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we are looking at the fertilizer quality. We are looking at the health of the animal and the humans to use those to reduce on emissions. So we have been testing, we have been doing a laboratory on-site farm trials, even in the lab, to assess these practices in terms of fertilizer quality, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and also the pathogen loads. And from that, we want to engage with the farmers, to work with them, to co-create manure management practices which are socially acceptable to the farmers. Last slide, please. Yeah, thank you. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr.
at least one presentation I've heard about socially, but also you spoke about environmentally accepted. Socially and environmentally accepted by the farmers. So we'll look at it because the benefits are based on the humans being involved. What are those social aspects? These projects support communities, and therefore the risks associated with our interventions, we need to identify those areas, how we mitigate, but also identify the core benefits that will give them, that will help them to support the implementation. So when you say socially acceptable, it goes very well with me, and we want the details and see the implications of the social aspects in our studies. So thank you so much. At this time, allow me invite Dr. Idibu to take us through in the next presentation within the same session. Dr. Idibu yesterday presented, but he has a top-up for us today. So you're most welcome. As Dr. Idibu comes, I want to, first of all, thank you and the team that has arrived. We're in our first session. And in session one, we've finished the first presentation. And we have about three presentations, two presentations that we are going to have. We have also agreed that we are going to compress session one, session two, session 3, such that we redeem the time that we are going to spend in the afternoon for us to finalize the roadmap. So the output of this workshop, we need to go with a solid output such that the implementation team is able to start with all the requirements that we need to support the establishment of the MRV for the livestock, which I think it is not a popular thing. It has not developed so much in Uganda. We are still working in those pilots, silos, and yet the project Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, in its coverage, we are working in almost all the 13, actually, all the 13 agroecological zones, or 13 sub-regions. And when we listen to the data that is available from all the presentation, I had a very snapshot of my geospatial analysis, and I realized the concentration is within one agroecological zone. So, food for thought. As we get into the drawing table, what do we do if we roll out this intervention in order to get the data? So that will help us now to think through such that the data is all-inclusive data that supports all the other agroecological zones where we operate. And I also would like later for us to think and have that intuition that what happens to other production systems, because we seem to be concentrating in the central is totally a different production system. We have talked about production system. In Karamoja is totally a different production system. These studies we've done, where is it concentrated, which system? And remember, we have all these parameters. So on that note, therefore, Dr. Idibu, you're welcome to take us through the next presentation. And we are going to listen from Dr. Idibu on the improving activity data for the enteric methane estimation and MRV. Related to manure, but here we are talking about one of the parameters, and that is the aspect of feed and health. So feed systems and animal production. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. As he has rightly introduced, Joaquin Idibu. I'm going to take you through how to improve activity data for feed and animal productivity. Those two, this is a presentation for yesterday.
Thank you so much. I think the media team is working to see that we have the right presentation. But dear participants, allow me recognize the representative of our Director General, National Agricultural Research Organization, Professor Majalija. You're most welcome, Professor, to this event. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular intervention, because Climate Smart is implemented within MAIF and it is associated agencies, NARO is part. We talked about NAGRIC and ADB. We talked about Ministry of Water, but specifically the Department of Meteorological Services. So this is an all-inclusive project that brings all the actors together. So you're most welcome. At an opportune time, we shall give, because in our program the DG had a word to say. But if our presentation is delaying, Professor may give you 1 or 2 minutes just to say something, a message from the Director General. On that note, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, join me to invite Professor Majalija to give us 1 or 2 words, a message from NARO. You're most welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this very important workshop. I take special recognition of the World Bank team, which is sponsoring the Climate Smart for Uganda. I also recognize the different partners involved in this work. As you are aware, climate challenges are a global concern, but also a national issue. Uganda, we are one of those countries at high risk from climate challenges. As you might be aware, Uganda has one of the highest mountains, Mountain Rwenzori. But over the years, if you look at the map, Mountain Rwenzori had snow at the peak. But data shows that that is waning out and very fast. We were boasting about rainfall patterns which were more predictable. But in the last 30 years, things have changed, that you can hardly predict the seasonality of this country, telling you there's a bit of disparity in climate change. We've had severe floods, unpredicted emerging of pathogens, all associated with climate change. When we were young, we will know, Cavalry, we used to call it Switzerland of Africa. There was very little case of malaria, and temperature was low. But I speak today, that region of Kigezi, temperatures have gone a bit high, and there is more malaria than before. Now, these are a few cases showing you that there's a change in the climate. So I'm very happy that this workshop is attacking one of those areas. For information, greenhouse emissions associated with fermentation and breakdown. One of the culprits we have is the livestock. Simply because the livestock rumen and chamber is the source of fermentation for bacteria. So as we are developing and evolving, we need to understand how much the contribution of this livestock in terms of greenhouse emission. And therefore, this workshop is very important for us because this is tackling one of those areas. What is the contribution of livestock to greenhouse gas emission? And that's very important. And at the end of this workshop, it is important for us to come with a guide so that we can be able to predict and know that actually we have got a system in place which will lead us to understand our farming system and our contribution. As scientists, I still beseech you, there are a number of factors in our livestock systems. As one was presenting, I came to ask my question, do we have predictive models around? If I stood here and can I predict that how much manure is passed by a cow at any one time per day, if it's a type of grass? So can I have predictive models which can help me say, if I have this cow of this weight and it's passing out this amount of manure, at the end of the day I can tell and say, this is the amount of greenhouse gas being emitted. And secondly, is there any simple tool we can have that I'm sitting in my farm and I can say, this is the amount of gas I'm emitting? These are just issues we must think about. How do we measure greenhouse gas simply on the farms so that we can help ourselves come up with indicators and markers? On behalf of the DG, I want to convey his apology for not being around. We've had a number of conflicting meetings, which are equally important, and so I came here to present him and also be part of this meeting. Once again, I welcome you, and I want to thank you for participating. Thank you very much.
Straight away, I think our media team has rectified, and Dr. Idibu, please, you're welcome.
Yeah, you are welcome once again to this presentation. Sorry for that small glitch, which I think is fixed. Slide 1. Okay. Now, when you look at livestock emission inventory, especially enteric methane, and as well as data collection for inventory and other MRV, you'll realize that feed systems, actually information on feeds and productivity of animal. These are critical data areas. And the key data which we need, previous speakers presented it to us yesterday, and they include mainly the feed types and proportions, because one, you need to know what the animal is eating. That is the feed basket, and collecting that data is critical. Then you will need data on digestibility, because we are not quantifying intake directly. You need data on digestible energy, and you combine that data on digestible energy with productivity data and feeding situation to actually generate emission factors for emission factors and total emissions for the different animal production systems. So that is a critical data area. Now, ordinarily, getting that data should be very simple, because they are not needed only for emission purposes, but that data is also needed for decision making at farm level. But for one reason or the other, in Uganda, it's an area where actually we are still lacking. So this presentation is going to tell us how do we maneuver these convoluted challenges we experience in obtaining that data. Next. Now, basically, if you are to maneuver these convoluted challenges in obtaining feed and productivity data, the first step is actually you have to define the data needs clearly. Now, that data need depends on several factors. First of all, during the preparation of MRV document, a decision has to be made which models are we going to use, because each model has specific data requirements. And also you will need information on the production systems. We discussed at length yesterday the different production systems to consider. It's a crucial part of that, because if you don't define the production systems, then you will be unable to determine the data needs. Now, after determining the data needs, first of all, you need to collect. Data collection is a very expensive venture. So try as much as possible to glean and obtain existing data sources. And since we have some inventory, Tier 2 inventory for greenhouse gas emissions for cattle, if you consult Constantine, who led that venture, I think he should be having some data. So after collecting the data, you explore which of the variables or parameters your model needs are missing and which are present. Then you assess the availability, that is the availability for the various indicators, variables you want to obtain. And after obtaining that, you assess the data quality. There are key aspects of the data quality as you collect the data. Not all data available is useful. It can be used in another area, but it may not be useful for the MRV or enteric methane inventory you are collecting. One aspect you should consider is the transparency of the data. That is, the methods used to collect this data and data sources. Now, for MRV, because we are looking at subcategories of animals, in most cases you find survey data that covers all subcategories are more useful than experimental data from experimental research. Reason being, in experiment, people actually try to get the experimental animals as uniform as possible. So it does not actually represent the actual nature of animal kept by farmers. Then you have to look at comparability. We looked at yesterday, people use several units. Now, when you are using tier 2 IPCC tier 2 models, there are some specific units which you have to use. Consistency in units used is very critical. So when you get the data, if the methods and the source is transparent enough, the next issue is, are the units comparable? Because if you combine data with different units, you are likely to generate a wrong information. Then accuracy. Now, accuracy of data depends on several factors. That is the data quality. In data quality, you look at the accuracy. The samples used is the sample from which this data is derived sufficient enough. Okay? With the when you are using the samples, the sample has to be representative of the real population. And the smaller the sample, the less representative that data is. So you have to look at the sample sufficiency. And also, apart from sample, data quality may deviate as a result of the method used to obtain that data, method of measurement, or method of survey used to collect that data. Then, after analyzing those components, then you have to go into data filling, data gap filling. Next slide. Now, I've tried to give a table. Of course, when you are assessing the availability of the data, you use spreadsheet. You need to generate a spreadsheet and list all the data you need on that spreadsheet. And also list potential data sources. It can be from census reports, survey reports, and it can be from administrative records. Data from administrative records, in most cases, can be quite accurate. For example, if you are looking at productivity data, let's say body weight of animals. At the abattoir, if we have very nice weighing scale, I know they can weigh the live animals as they enter the abattoir, and also obtain data on the carcass weight. So if you have information on a metadata on that data in terms of the animal breed, animal species, you can generate some good data on the body weight. Next. Now, for the feeding system, after determining your data gap, so you have to focus on the collection of data needed to improve estimates. Data collection is expensive, so your focus should be, after thoroughly determining your data gaps, focus on those data gaps. Now, the data collection should be as detailed as needed by the method which you are going to use to quantify these enteric methane emissions using either IPCC Tier 2, GRIM-I, and other variables. So you have to, first of all, understand that, and the data should meet that specification. Then the data collection procedure is very key. You need to look at data collection procedures that can improve the data quality objectives. And yesterday we realized that when you send enumerators in the field, the data collection has to be proactive. You don't need to wait for enumerators to finish data collection, and you realize errors in filling, and also maybe some missing data at the end, long after the survey is gone. So the survey should go on as, in essence, you need some supervisors that can easily check the data quality. And in case the enumerators are getting challenges in understanding some of the data collection methods, so that it's corrected immediately in the field before more resources is spent in terms of time and also money. Then next. Of course, you'll need data on feed composition, and you can leverage feed and nutrition tables. For Eastern Africa, there is a source. That feed and nutrition table exists. So it was organized by Asareka. You can get a lot of information on digestibility of various feedstuffs. You can get a lot of information on even protein and other nutrient composition. It's a useful tool. Then, of course, in most cases, you cannot have all the data you want. Leverage modeling. And ILRI Nairobi has generated some good data collection tool for which you can use some simple models to generate some of the feed activity and animal productivity activity data. So it's an area, if you conduct Claudia and the team, they should be able to support in that area. Then, actually, if you can link the feed system and activity production data to universities, research institutions, and other government agencies and industry organizations. They, in most cases, collect some data and it can improve. Like at the university, if you need some specific data, we can get students who can do it as part of their special project. And as they do it, because it's an academic thing, they ensure quality is assured in that. So linking the data collection process to universities, research institutions like NARO, ILRI, and others, and industry organizations could actually help you generate improved data. Then, because this, for the case, all these things have to be verifiable. Because it has to be verifiable, you have to ensure you maintain the details of the raw data and also methodologies used to collect. It has to be transparent and underlying assumptions in case you use modeling. Because in the long run, this has to be verifiable to ensure the quality is good. Next. Now, I've given some basic hacks that can be used. For the case of the feed basket, it's normally not easy to quantify that. All you need to do is the proportions of different feedstuffs available to the farmers. In most cases, the feed basket or the diet type and composition will depend on the availability of feed. So if you can determine the different proportions of feed available to the farmer, you will be able to determine the feed basket. And sometimes you find farmers use different feeding practices for different animal subcategories. So if you find a farmer uses different feeding practices for different animal subcategories, then you can use also the feeding practice information to generate data on the feed basket. Then for the case of digestibility, that is the digestible energy proportion. It's very critical in the determination of feed intake. That is the gross energy intake. And even for the case of manure, digestibility is important in estimating the total manure production. And what you need to do is basically you need to find out, after determining the feed basket, from literature you could find information on first of all, you know the proportion of the diet of each feedstuff. And if you get information, then you need to get information on the digestible dry matter of each feedstuff. And based on their proportions, you can get the average of that digestibility. Then live weight, in most cases, people use heart girth tape. That is what my veterinarian colleagues use a lot because weighing scales are quite rare. And those heart girth tapes are normally calibrated using European breeds. And in most cases, they don't give true body weights of the animal in sub-Saharan Africa. Because if you look at a European breed, a dairy animal is about a 600 kilogram animal. A dairy animal in Uganda can be as low as even 300 and maybe 60 kilograms to 400 kilograms. So you need to convert the heart girth length. You can use that, that model. It has been done by John Guppy at Mazingira Ilri, Nairobi, and it can improve the accuracy of the live weight of your animals. Next. Then you can also leverage. You can estimate, one aspect is actually the growth rate. For you to determine growth rate of an animal, you need to weigh an animal today and maybe weigh it after some time and get the weight differences. I got this from a document which was prepared for Kenya, for Kenya's MRV baseline, and they are able to generate a relationship between live weight and age. Kenyan animals are more exotic than Uganda, and I think Ugandan scientists can also, if we can obtain some data, we can also get some models through which we could estimate actually the live average daily gain of animals, which such kind of models can easily be utilized. You just need to measure the animal once you know its age, and you factor it in such a model, and you can easily obtain the average daily gain weight. That is the presentation I have for you, and we have come to the end. Thank you for being good listeners. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving to our third, within the same session, 5 of improving activity data for Tier 2 implementation. Now we want to listen to the case studies where Tier 2 has been successful, so that we benchmark on some of these case studies. So Bernard Kimoro is going to take us through the case studies on the successes of some of the Tier 2 implementation in the similar approach that we are implementing. So my colleague from Kenya is going to, at least he has given hints right from yesterday on what they are doing. But this is the time we listen and we pick lessons. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Is it cold in here? I was told yesterday when the AC was switched off, people became active. Maybe you need to have it switched off. Yeah, first I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the team in Uganda, especially the team in the project, for inviting me to this very important forum. We had 2 projects funded by the World Bank, and I was telling some of the colleagues yesterday, which covered the entire country in Kenya. One was covering, Kenya is basically an ASAL area, country. So it was covering half of the country, which is 23 counties. We used to have districts, now we call them counties. And the other project was covering the rest of the counties that were 24. So we also extend our gratitude to the World Bank for the investments that they have given us. Today I want to make a very direct presentation. I don't want to go into very scientific aspects. I just want to look at the process that we have used in Kenya in terms of iteration in the key livestock categories into Tier 2, as we look at how we can also share some of these experiences with Uganda. Yeah, so my name is Bernard Kimoro. I work in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. As you will see shortly, we have 2 state departments in that ministry. One is called the State Department for Agriculture, which is very surprising because agriculture is both livestock and crops. And in Africa, this is a problem. It's called the political economy of agriculture. But we also have the State Department for Livestock Development. In that State Department for Livestock Development, I'm heading a section which is called Climate Change and Livestock Sustainability. So for Kenya, I think as a way of introduction, it's very apparent. We have about 58 million hectares, which are in these different proportions. 15% mainly in the high to medium altitude areas, which is basically called the areas that receive the most rainfall. So about 15%. The other 20% is in what we call the agro-pastoral areas. And then 65% basically is in what we call the pastoral and mainly pastoral and nomadic production system areas. Yeah, so if you look at the total population in terms of that relies on agriculture, very high. Over 70% of our population rely on agriculture. So it's a very critical sector for us. Actually, if you look at Kenya, it's a livestock country, just that people have not agreed. Okay. In terms of livestock, again, very critical, 12 to 14% of the GDP. We earn a lot of foreign exchange. Yesterday, I was also pleasantly surprised to hear that Uganda also exports livestock. We do a lot of exports to the Middle East, which is a big market, and the war which is there has really affected us. The other day we lose about $1 billion every week because of the war that is happening there. We have a large market there since we lost the EU market. 50% of our labor is actually employed in agriculture. But more importantly, the livestock sector has several things that are very unique in relation to the issues around environment and climate. If you look at the emissions profile, 30% of our national emissions are actually from livestock, which makes it very critical. But more importantly, if you look at the national methane emissions, it is the leading sector in terms of methane. You know, in developing countries, methane is mainly from, unless you are an oil producing country, and I'm sure Uganda at some point is also going to have some level of methane that is coming from the oil, from the fugitive emissions from the oil. But as a developing country, the largest methane source in Kenya is actually the livestock, which makes it very critical. 93% of our emissions in the agriculture sector, both crops, livestock, and fisheries are actually from livestock. And because of that, if you look at the policy landscape in Kenya, it has taken livestock in very many national development policies and strategies, as well as the climate policies. All the way from the first policy we had on climate in 2010, the National Climate Change Response Strategy, that was the first one, and up to the nationally determined contribution that we updated in 2020, but now we also have the NDC 2.0 from 2031 to 2035. So livestock is embedded. Every time we hear about a drought in the Greater Horn of Africa, we lose a lot of animals. So livestock is very critical because we have to have interventions to deal with the farmers. It's not the farmers who die, it's the livestock that die before the farmers actually die, all right? So that's what happens. And because of that, livestock is very critical. Next. So this is the emissions profile based on our inventory in 2022. When we were doing our national, the data is up to 2022 because we are preparing our biennial transparency report, which is submitted in 2024, and you can see the trend. In the agricultural sector, 87% of our emissions is actually from enteric fermentation. Then we have manure management, methane, which is 4.2, nitrous oxide, then it goes like that. So it's a very critical sector in terms of emissions. Next. Now, in terms of the key categories, and in Uganda, which is very interesting, pigs have come out. Although I know Uganda has the highest per capita pork consumption in Africa, all right? So it may not be that surprising. But in Kenya, the key category in terms of emissions are basically 4 or 5. Let me talk of 5. So we have the non-dairy cattle, which is the beef, over 40%. Then we have the dairy cattle, which is about 19%. Then we have the goats and the camels tying at 14% each. And then sheep around 9%. We also have other categories, but these are minor. You know, when you do key categories, you do it up to 95% as you add. And for us, so those are the 5 key categories in terms of emissions. Next. Yeah, so I wanted to start from where we have reached so far. So in terms of emissions tracking in Kenya, and transitioning from actually doing the inventory. The first inventory we did during what we call the first national communication, we used data up to 2015, okay? And I was not there before 2015 in the section, but what I remember is that if you look at the inventory methodology they used, it was tier 1, okay? It's not until 2016 that we decided that we needed to transition to tier 2 for dairy, and you'll see the reason very briefly. So after 2015, we did our inventory around 2017 because we were trying to develop a livestock target for the NDC that we came up with. Again, you'll see it shortly. And thereafter, after we did that dairy NAMA, we then decided that we also needed to do something about the other key categories. So our inventory for tier 2, the first one, was 2016, 2017. In 2020, we decided to publish that document, and we have it. But in 2022, we thought of now looking at how do we start iterating the other key categories into tier 2. And we finalized that process in 2024. So what I'm saying here in short, it's not a very short process. So as you start this journey, it is going to take a bit of time for you to be able to actualize it. All right? So it's a long journey. But let's go to the next slide. So the decision for us to select the methodology is founded on the IPCC guideline. If you look at, again, the volume we talked about, volume 4, chapter 10, it gives you a decision tree on how to be able to identify the tier that you should start with. And I think my colleague who was there before me has given that. So there is a decision tree. And that decision tree is based on what kind of data that you actually have. All right? So, and again, I think in Uganda, this is what we need to start thinking about. All right? Which data do we have? And that is the one that is going to guide whether you're going to tier 1 or tier 2. Yesterday, I was a bit scared when my good friend doctor there said that we should be at tier 0. Yeah, it was a bit surprising, but whichever data that you have, you'll fit in within this decision tree. Okay? So whether you have data that is not very accurate, you start with it. And that's what you agreed yesterday. So the decision tree for us is the one that determined that for dairy, we needed to go to tier 2. But more importantly, there's something that was mentioned here yesterday, that if you're talking about a policy decision in terms of reducing emissions in your country, and you're using Tier 1, the only option is reducing livestock numbers. In Africa, if you do that, you lose votes. Isn't it? Yeah? In Africa, you lose votes. So in Africa, you cannot tell a pastoralist that you need to reduce the livestock numbers, because those animals are not just for food production, but they have a multifunctional role in society. You what? Exactly. So that is what is likely to happen. And that is why we said, for us, and if you look at dairy in Kenya, dairy is 3.5% of our national GDP. So if you tell farmers to reduce livestock numbers, you can imagine the backlash that is going to be there. For every 1,000 liters of milk that we generate in Kenya, we have one job created. Okay? So you cannot tell farmers to reduce numbers, because that will affect a lot of other things. You can see the contribution it has to the GDP. So the decision tree is a very important aspect for us to be able to think about which tier are we going to. And already you are in tier, in cattle you said you're in tier 2? Cattle, okay? And the thing about IPCC, once you go to tier 2, you cannot go back. I think our focal points are here. Once you engage the gear of going forward, you cannot go back. The only thing you can do is to see how do we fill in the gaps in the data, and we continuously improve. All right? So now that we are in tier 2 for cattle in Uganda, you cannot go back. Let's get the data. That's where we are. Okay, next. So for the rationale for our iteration, for the different key livestock categories is based on a number of things. And the reason why we start with dairy is because dairy is the most organized industry in Kenya. The dairy industry in Kenya started in early 50s with the Europeans. We are the first AI station, I think, in Africa. We have the Kenyan Dairy Board, which was established in 1958. The industry is organized around cooperatives. The other good thing about dairy is that you have had very many projects. In fact, before some of us even got employed, when we were in university, we had so many projects on dairy. Yeah, some of them, for those ones who are near, maybe you heard of National Dairy that was funded by the Dutch. We had also Rural Dairy Development Project funded by the Finnish government. We had livestock development program on dairy again, and on and on and on. So dairy has had very many projects. In addition to the projects, there has been a lot of research on dairy in Kenya. Yeah? And our system of administration before 2013 was that we used to collect administrative data every year and have reports. So we have a lot of data on dairy, whether it is on, the livestock activity data that we require, whether it is in terms of the herd structure, whether it is in terms of the production system, all right? And other data such as the animal performance data. So there's a lot of it. And that is the reason why we said in 2017 that we wanted to start with dairy, because it is organized, we have the data, which is at all levels, whether it is at the national, the official data, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which basically gave the population numbers, but more importantly, administrative data, which was disaggregated to a very big extent. And beyond that, then we have the research data, which is available and published, yeah? And therefore we had a lot of data on that. And that's why we started with the dairy. And then of course, the other thing, and I think this is what we're doing here, the rationale is also, how do you build your institutional capacity, all right? Because, as we'll see shortly, you'll need to have people who are trained to become the champion of this particular process, all right? And I hope that is what is happening. Yeah, that you are training people, And these people are the ones who are going to be the champions of this whole process. Because it's in Kenya, it is very different. The law allows, and even IPCC, UNFCCC allows that you can actually have institutional arrangement at the sector or even subnational level, all right? So what we have followed is that at the sector level, we have institutional arrangement, as we'll see shortly again how it works. So we also needed to have time from, as we do on dairy, which are data, we are also building our institutional capacity. Somebody has just talked about the resources and the need for data collection, which is very expensive. Again, we also needed to think about how to prioritize the little resources for data collection. So that's basically the rationale for our iteration from dairy tier 2 to non-dairy ruminants tier 2, as we'll see shortly. Next. So we also have a support system, and we'll see shortly. So the first one is the institutional arrangement that we also need to think about here, which is linked to the national MRV system, all right? So we are not doing this as livestock sector alone, but we are linked to the national MRV system. And I think when you talked about the different types of MRV, there is a connection between the three types. That is something we cannot separate, because the data you are collecting can be used to support all the three types. And then, of course, the continuous capacity building, where we have used a lot of partners to support us in the process. And then, of course, the iterative progression that you have made. Next. So within the ministry, this is how we are structured. And these are the institutional arrangements that I wanted to bring on board. So the ministry, 2 departments, state departments, like I said. Then we have the State Department for Livestock Development, which has 3 directorates. We have Directorate of Livestock Resource Management. We have the Directorate of Veterinary Services. Then we have the Directorate of Livestock Policy Research and Regulations. So those are the 3. Now, under the Directorate of Livestock Resource Management, we have a section which is called the Climate Change and Livestock Sustainability. And that is where I sit. Okay? Within that section, we have 3 units. Yeah? I don't know about Uganda, how you're structured, but for us, that's how we have agreed that we are going to work. And that is the reason we have regular updates of our inventory. So 1 unit within that section is called the Greenhouse Gas and MRV Management Unit. And it has an individual who is also a greenhouse gas inventory coordinator for livestock. All right? So I don't know about Uganda, whether that's how you're structured. But you may think about it on how you want. Then, of course, we have the others that deal with adaptation and resilience. And then there's one that deals with the environment assessment and performance modeling. If you talk about the GLIM, you're talking about environmental impact assessment in livestock. That is the role of that person. Okay, next. So, so in terms of emissions tracking, that is again how we are structured. Yeah, so I've talked about the unit, which has an inventory coordinator plus an assistant. And then below that, we have a core team. And I think Uganda, you have a similar structure. We were born from the same New Zealand government. So I expect it to be the same. Politics. Okay. Yeah. So we have the GMMU, the Greenhouse Gas and MRV Management Unit, which is supported by a core team. Now, the core team is, and I think that's where Katongole, I think it must be in that core team, right? All right. So within the core team, there is coordination from the directorate, which is mandated for inventory, which is the Climate Change Directorate, which is written as CCD. So we don't do it alone. And that's why I said there has to be a link between livestock and the national MRV system. All right? So the person who is actually at the core team as the lead is from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and Forestry, who is the one who is leading national GAG inventory. And then, in addition to that, we have a number of agencies and departments which are represented. We have the research and academia, CALDRO, ILDRI are represented. Yeah, so we have, I invited Claudia, but she has never come to my meeting. You have come once. So we have CALDRO, which is, I think here is narrow. Yeah, the equivalent in Kenya. Then we have Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. If you're talking about official data, KNBS or UBOS are the ones that have official data. All right, so you need to have them there. Then we also have the National Environment Management Authority, because it is the one that reports the status of emissions in the country to what we call the National Climate Change Council, which we have in Kenya. Then we have the State Department with a number of individuals. We have the Kenya Forestry Service. Remember, there's a link between livestock and the land use change. So we also need other sectors which are interlinked. And also we have a technical advisor. Next, please. So this is, we have just unpacked. It's the same unpacked and said where they come from, all right? So what is important with this team, and the reason why it is very strategic, is that every team member is a data source, okay? So for you to be able to address the issues of data that we have been talking about, then you need to have people who can actually give you that data right from the beginning. So when they are there, they can tell you whether they have that data, or they can tell you who has the data and is a partner to them, and they give you that data, all right? So I've just unpacked them, it's the same team. Next. So for us, the core team has addressed a number of challenges which have been mentioned. I think they were mentioned here yesterday. The first one is inadequate institutional capacity. So, so we have the core team. It is because of the experience they have also helped us to train more people within the ministry, yeah, on issues of inventory modeling and inventory structure, and that has helped us address some of those challenges. The second one is, again, the issue of the data gaps, yeah? The closer you are, it means you have better data, because they can be able to provide that data for you. And then, of course, inadequate finances. Some of the core team members are partners. If you look at ILDRI, for example, they can be able to provide you some resources to be able to continue with the inventory process. So you also need to be strategic to see who can be there to provide data, but also the resources, or link you to partners who can give you the resources. Yeah, so those are the three areas that the core team members have been able to address. So building the technical capacity, this is how we have been able to do it. And I said it's a continuous process. We're lucky that right at the beginning, in 2016, we had 2 individuals who were trained on GAG inventory. One in New Zealand, another one in South Africa. So you need somebody who understands the entire process. Dr. Kakungulu, I think you know Benjamin Kibor. He was trained in New Zealand, right? So we have a resource. And also I said you need people who actually understand the process to be able to champion. So we had people who were actually trained, yeah? And they came back, they became trainers, helped us to train other ministry staff. I said there were 2 projects, World Bank projects. So the 2 World Bank projects provided the resources for us to build further capacity of our ministry staff, livestock staff in inventory. And then, of course, just go back once, please. Technical support, we're also supported by the partners. Data collection, very critical. Now, I wanted to mention this. Every time you do your inventory, you do a report. One of the sections within that report is a section that talks about the areas for improvement. In most times, you'll find that section is talking about data collection or the required data. So one of the things that you always do is to build your capacity of the team on how to collect the data, but more importantly, identify which data is making you not be able to reduce the uncertainties in your inventory. All right? So data collection, very critical, but is founded on what is in the inventory report. What are the area of improvement that you want to have? All right? So that has to come from there. And of course, the other areas of capacity building is on inventory structure. If you're talking about dairy, for example, in dairy, the way we disaggregated is that the first thing we did was we disaggregated by the production system, and then we went down into the hard structure. And then, of course, now we started looking at the animal performance data, that Idibu was talking about, that is required, body weights, and those kind of things. Next. So after we finished dairy, I remember just in 2020, we had support of the New Zealand government through the GRA. When we did a scoping study for the livestock subsector, because that is the time we needed to update our NDC, and we thought livestock was going to be critical in the NDC, as we shall see through shortly in the dairy NAMA. So that helped us in the scoping study, and it provided a roadmap on how to move now from dairy that we are done, updating that dairy inventory, and also iterating the other key categories. And then finally, it also, now with that document, we had a basis for resource mobilization. So it created an opportunity for partnerships. Next. So out of that scoping study, we got a number of partners who helped us to undertake some critical aspects that were missing. Of course, improving institutional capacity, we got additional funding from the New Zealand government that we have been able to work with until 2023. And then, of course, improving the national capacity on data collection, where we have done small surveys to fill in the gaps. Again, FAO, Climate Clean Air Coalition, and New Zealand government also give us additional funding. The CCSC funding was very critical through FAO, because what it did is that it provided resources for us to engage a consultant now to start mining data for the tier 2 for the non-dairy ruminants. So that was very critical. And we are very grateful to FAO for that support. And then, of course, we got funds. Now we are doing a livestock climate change action plan and methane roadmap, which is almost in the final completion stage. We are now also developing a digital livestock MRV system, which is ahead of the national MRV system. The national MRV system started, but the resources ended, but we feel that we are ready to be able to develop that. And actually, the national one is looking at how we can be able to have it interoperable. And then, of course, now we are, the other thing that you must do is that beyond the inventory, beyond the MRV, you must do what we call mitigation assessment. So the partners have also been able to help us in that regard in assessing the impact, especially on non-dairy ruminants. And that is linked to climate finance. Next. So this is the output of that support. Basically, the data mining, inventory structure, the modeling, and updating of the tier 2 for dairy. Next. Is it over? So these are some of the current initiatives that we have. Of course, we have improved. We are currently finalizing the updating of the dairy again. For us, we are required to have what we call the second biennial transparency report due at the end of this year. So using data of up to 2025, we also want to update the dairy one. Of course, with the FAO and New Zealand support, we have finished tier 2. for non-dairy cattle, sheep, goats. But for camels are very interesting. Which production system are camels? Which is the production system? Nomadism. Yeah, so the only thing we did, we attempted to do the structure of the herd, camel herds in Kenya. Beyond that, you have not done anything. Everything we're using the default values. In any case, if you look at the guideline, camels, you can still use tier 1. Yeah, that's what they recommend. You can still use tier 1. So we have also done mitigation potential assessment for non-dairy. There are 2 of them. ILRI has done one because we are preparing to have a big initiative on red meat in Kenya, having a project on red meat, and this is going to help us access climate finance for that. So we did, ILRI is doing one. We also did with the support of FAO on the same. Next. So this is what I was saying. So if you have a livestock MRV, it has to be linked to the national system. So from the national emissions inventory and communication, so it can feed to the national greenhouse gas, national communication, but then it also helps tracking the emissions, because our target is 32% reduction of emissions by 2030 against a best business as usual of 143 million tons. But then what it is also doing is that it's also linking us to support of national sectoral policies. Because one thing is, if you have climate policies, but you don't have the evidence, then you don't have livestock in those climate policies. But again, if you don't have evidence to put in the livestock policies and strategies, you'll not be able to raise funds. If you look at the NAIMA projects or any other projects, one of the critical things that they talk about when you're developing or designing a project is the context, the link to the policy context. Yeah? So you have to have it in all those documents. And therefore, that's, for us, the policies and the measures are very critical. Just about to finish. Next. So 2016, after the first inventory on dairy using tier 2, we had, this is the initiative that we had that we wanted to have an investment. It was called the Dairy Nationally Appropriate Mitigation Actions, but that was 2017. We've never had it come into place until this year, when it has now evolved into a regional project called AIMA, yeah, which is there in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. So this is a target within our NDC. And the evidence is because we are iterated to tier 2 in Kenya. Next. So we have, in the whole process, we have learned a few things. Yesterday we talked about the issue of where do you start from? Start the inventory process and improve over time. It's very critical. So that's one thing that you have learned. You'll always have missing data, but you can have small surveys, you can have a link to the research and academia, ILRI, CALDRO, and you'll be able to get that data, all right? You also have your experts who are there, who can provide the information. Identify strategic partners from the outset. Because one, they'll give you the data, but they also give you the resources to continue the process. And then the coordination is very critical. So the structure we have, where we have a unit specifically for that, has been able to drive the process on a continuous basis, all right? And then, of course, use projects, programs, and initiatives to bridge the data gaps. Now we have the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project, which is generating a lot of data through the M&D system, but you can also guide them on what kind of livestock activity data that you require, so that as they do the collection of their data, they can actually be able to get you the livestock activity data that can help in your inventory and MRV, and then continuous capacity building. So this is the start, but I think we need to continue. Finally, is there any other? That is the end. So thank you very much.
Bernard, thank you so much, and that relates so much to our Ugandan counterparts in the government side, that we have policies that are talking about the linkage in the MRV implementation, majorly in the livestock. And I think this is a lesson that we are going to take from Bernard. And if I may put the whispers to the mic, that at the time when we are having restructuring within MAIF implementation, I think Dr. Kakungulu and the commissioners that are here can take up some of these lessons and see that some of the units that our colleagues from Kenya have put, for example, we have been struggling to see that how can we domicile the aspects of environment and social aspects as a unit, not as a focal point, as a unit, and we have staff that will help us in identifying some of those mitigation, adaptation measures within the livestock. I think this is something that we are going to, we need to pick up, such that at the time when we are doing this restructuring, which is continuous in our ministry, we bring it up, so that we have some of those. Bernard, thank you so much, but Bernard has gone out. We also wanted to remind Bernard that the business that is booming in Kenya, and my colleague from Karamoja, where is Dr. Kengo, would give us the statistics of the number of livestock under that cross-border trade that goes to Kenya but is exported in the form of a finished product called meat in Kenya to the other side. So at least cross-border business is there. So if that is developed in Uganda, then all the business and all the income and all other products that come, because the live animal crosses, but all other products remain. So therefore, that is the food for thought for us under compliance. That is our side, to see how do we develop that sector and see all the livestock within our country gains access to the Middle East as well in terms of business. So ladies and gentlemen, it is around coming to 11, and therefore in Uganda, under the patriotic movement, not a movement in power, we have a patriotic unit in the president's office, and there is always a prayer. And that prayer talks about eating, but not just eating. But you must eat when you have worked. And to recite it, it says, do not eat to eat. Maybe please repeat after me. You know where I'm heading. Do not eat to eat. Please, do not eat to eat, but eat to work. If you do not like to work, please, if you do not like to work, do not eat. And the final verse says, work for at least 4 hours for each meal. So therefore, at this juncture, we have qualified for our break, and it is very ready. All of you have worked, and you qualify for that break. So that is a prayer that we have, and always when we conclude that prayer, we say, Amen. Yes, yes, that we have qualified. So there is a break there. Let's pick it, but we are going to have a working break. So therefore, behind we pick it, come back as we prepare the next presenters. And this is Patrick, Bwana Patrick Okello. He said yesterday he retired, but he's not tired. He's still in action and is around. He will take us through the next session, number 6, on data quality, data control, data assurance, data governance, and institutional roles. Bwana Bernard here has talked about the institutions that should be part and parcel of this, and UBOS is one of them. So we'll take us through procedures for verifying data quality and reliability. These are short presentations. As we pick our breakfast, you will be preparing to come and walk us through. Then Vincent, Dr. Vincent, I think is also around, who will take us through institutional roles in data collection, reporting, and verification for session number 6. So on that note, therefore, the media team, as Patrick comes, can we put the presentation? However, please, let's walk and pick our breakfast in a minute. Then we come back and listen to Patrick Okello, who is going to take us through the procedures for verifying data quality and reliability of the data. I remember Dr. Idibu in his presentation said, which data are we collecting? How reliable is it? Is it useful for what we are talking about? So he's going to take us through that. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we can rise up first. Rise up, just rise up. Rise up. I know we have sat from the time we came. It is about 4 hours. I want us to stretch. So if you're facing me, turn around. Not turn around. Because when you turn around, you will face me. Turn 180. Turn 180. Yes? Just turn and face 180. No, when you turn, you face behind. 180 is behind. So please, let's walk and get breakfast and come back. Just take a step and come back with your cup of tea, some bites, and come back and we listen to Patrick Okello in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Hello. All right. Dezu, since you and the team, please mobilize the team the other side. I'd asked everybody to pick a cup of tea and your bites and come back. We need to start. Mr. Kelo is already here. All right. We are going to start. Our time is far-fetched and we want to continue. Hello. Sylvia, I've sent the zoo, but it seems she's not mobilizing. They can see you better. Mobilize the team to come back, not to hate you. Okay, thank you so much. Sylvia, thank you for mobilizing the team. Bwana Patrick Okello is now ready to take us through the presentation he has prepared for us. As he walks in, allow me once again say we work through an integrated structure that has been established by the project. On that note, we have narrow at a higher level, but also we have the link, the project and narrow, and I want to recognize that Dr. Damali, who is a value chain lead under narrow, is in the house, and other value chain lead, Livestock, you saw Dr. Kakungulu yesterday, is around. Then other colleagues from my Ministry of Water and Environment. Do we now have a representative? And a representative, majorly from Climate Change Department, that has the mandate and frameworks under NDCs. Ministry of Water? Wow, okay, but we have that team. So allow me invite Mr. Okello. Yesterday, he told us that, yes, he has been part of Uganda Bureau of Statistics. He worked with the data collection. He worked with the data verification, quality assured data, and he provided for the country the data that is credible, regardless of what comes out, but it was credible data for all the types of censuses that were conducted and surveys. So, Bwana Patrick Okello, you're welcome to take us through this part of the presentation on procedures for verifying data quality and reliability. You're welcome. Media team.
Okay, is it still good morning? Yeah, good morning. My presentation is about procedures for verifying data quality and reliability. And my name is Okello Patrick, a consultant. Next slide. I thought I would make a little bit of some definitions. Then I will go ahead and talk about the procedures for verifying the data quality and reliability. I look at quality control procedures. Then I go to quality assurance. And then data verification procedures. And I summarize with key focus areas for livestock data reliability. Next slide. So, MRV, measurement, recording, and verification. In some of the literature I got, M stands for monitoring. Dr. Kakungulu will help me. Others are saying measurement, another one is saying monitoring. The R, somewhere is recording, somewhere is reporting. So you'll also educate me. But otherwise, MRV is a structured approach to make carbon data credible and actionable. I know this one is very obvious for some of you, but for those who may not know, I thought I would level the ground. So when we are talking of measurement, we are talking of quantifying GHG emissions from direct, and then there are also indirect what? Sources. In fact, when we are talking about scoping, scope 1, 2, 3, we are talking about emissions that are coming directly from own activity. And then when you are talking about scope 2, it is about emissions that come from your purchases. The third one is about those emissions. They are also indirect that come from the chain activities, the value chain activities. So when we hear about, go back, I will inform you, please. Go back to the previous slide. Yes. When we are talking about recording, we are talking about data being recorded in a standardized way that aligns with regulatory frameworks. For example, we have the GHG protocol. There is also the climate sustainability information disclosure, and then the accredited climate standards. So when you are recording, you need to record your information in a standardized manner. Now, the third thing, that is the verification. We are talking about building trust. That is the step now where you have to build what? Trust. So independent audits and technologies like blockchain ensure every ton of carbon reported is real, traceable, and cannot be manipulated. Yesterday they were talking about premiums. I don't know how susceptible are they to manipulation. There is what we call greenwashing, purporting to have achieved a certain standard and yet you are not yet there. So those things do happen. So that's what I thought I could share in terms of measurement, recording, and verification. Next slide, please. Now, data quality. When we talk about data quality, what should ring in your mind is we're talking about data that meets standards of accuracy, there is completeness, consistency, uniqueness, and timeliness. Others even include relevance, because if data is not relevant, then its quality also diminishes. So with accuracy, we are talking about data representing real-world scenarios that it purports to represent. Completeness, we need all the necessary data points. I think you saw Dr. Katongole yesterday with gaps. Everything was gaps. Now, I even started thinking, then what are you talking about when you're talking about verifying and validation, when everything has been gaps in the national statistical system? But all the same, let's follow the steps. Consistency. Values, data values should be identified across different systems and also tables. In some countries, institutions compete. This one is also putting out a figure there. Another one is also throwing. Now you end up confusing the what? The user. So we need to be consistent. Uniqueness. In a data set, the amount of duplicate information should be close to 0. In terms of validity, data should conform to defined formats, the rules, and the standards. And lastly, timeliness. Data should be available when it's needed. In fact, these days we talk about real-time what? Data, which is also useful for making real-time what? Decisions. Why do you end up using data of 2022 for making decisions in 2026? A lot of water will have flown under the bridge. Next slide, please. Okay. Data reliability. Now, reliability is talking about completeness and accuracy. Accuracy, when you hear about accuracy, we are talking about how close a measurement is to the true or the acceptable what? Value. That's when you talk about what? Accuracy. Sometimes it's confused with what? Precision. Precision is the consistency or repeatability of measurements. You carry out your experiment and it's giving you what? Near the same value. You are being what? Precise, even if it's not accurate. Are you seeing that? So sometimes even a lie repeated several times can become the truth. But you have to be careful who you are lying. Next. Now, there I demonstrate what accuracy and precision are. The desirable situation should be having data which is accurate and precise. Just look at the bull's eye in the first circles, you can see that that data is accurate. It's also what? Precise. Let's look at the second one. There is some accuracy because it's within the bull's what? Eye. But in terms of precision, you cannot boast that there is precision. Today it is telling you 170. Tomorrow it might be telling you 250. The other day it's telling you 160. They may not even be in the same confidence interval. So there is need to worry for the second one. Look at the third one down there to your left. That is precision. Values are close. You are carrying out your experiments. It's giving you values which are what? Close. But look at this one, accuracy and precision. This one is not even accurate. It's also what? Precise. So you have to be very careful whether the data that you are using conforms to those values. Is it accurate? Is it also what? Precise. Next slide. There is something called data integrity. We shall be listening to data. What is data integrity? So, you need data assurance that data remains accurate, complete, and consistent throughout its life. What? All the knowledge management system, you are retrieving it, you are using, you are storing, you retrieve, you analyze, store, change. It should be reliable, trustworthy, and protected. I know in this country there are people who keep like books of accounts, different ones. The ones for statistics, they give you this one, so you copy wrong things. When the taxman comes, you're also giving what? Yeah, they are there. So they satisfy the needs. But we need records that should not be changed, that should not be corrupted. Viruses. You need backup systems to avoid data what? Loss. So what am I saying here? It is important, it's critical to maintain data integrity for purposes of robust decision making, regulatory compliance, as well as protecting sensitive what? Information. Now, key types of data integrity and entity integrity is one of them. A record, an observation should not be tampered with. It should have integrity. Check it in the database, you get it there. There is also what we call referential what? Integrity. Data sets should be linked to one another. We don't want orphaned data sets. You want to query the database, some data is not coming because it is stored and it's not the referential integrity rules have not been adhered to. I like that word whenever I see referential integrity. One time I was doing interviews to be promoted to a senior statistician. So one of the tricks I used was to deceive my colleagues who were there to test whether they were. I said, you know, I hear they are asking that, do you know about referential what? Integrity. I saw them panicking. Is it so? What does it mean? I had already done some programming in Access. I knew how to deal with the referential what? Integrity. So that one, it was a way of what? Teasing my friends. So this one is very important. Domain integrity, user defined, and also physical integrity of the data. Where data resides should not be accessible to everybody. There must be rules. And there must also be other computer methods for backing up information even within the site and what? Outside the what? The site. Next slide. Now, when we come to procedures for verifying data quality and reliability, I have heard you talking about transparency. It's very important. TACCC, the accuracy, completeness, consistency, and comparability of what? Greenhouse gas emission what? Estimates. Very, very important. Let's not work in silos. Makeros or come, someone is drafting his paper, he pushes in something for your consumption. Another one does his thing also. These procedures, we say we try to align them to IPCC, good practice guidance. I don't know how up to date even the IPCC guidelines are. I think what I saw was 2006. Do we have the most recent IPCC guidelines. Doctors there will tell us. We need to focus both on quality assurance and quality control. And the procedure should be subject to independent verification to establish the confidence of the data. It is one of the fundamental principles of official statistics that the methodologies that are used should be available to the public, the user, such that when I'm using the data, I know how confident I should be. Next slide. Quality control procedures. Now that we know accuracy, what I'm saying is you always have to make some accuracy what? Accuracy checks. Not because there's a dearth of information, then you land on any figure and you are so excited. And yet that figure may not actually serve the purpose. Now we have to check for data consistency. Comparing current data against previous years. What we call checking time series what? Consistency. Our problem here is we lack a long time series data. So you find standalone efforts, and there it becomes problematic to get the trends. Tier progression, also moving from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3. I was in Netherlands one time in The Hague. There was a meeting for MRVs. And people were talking about tier 2 and tier 3. I was the one. I got stuck in tier 1. There's nothing I could. You only know the activity data, number of animals here, one, which is not even well disaggregated. But colleagues from China were performing very well. Even in Europe, someone in Uruguay was also very knowledgeable about the subject. We are talking here about capacity building. Those are the kind of areas. And I think it was a meeting which was convened by the New Zealand government. So data cleaning, processing raw data from surveys, number of animals, the milk yield, removing things like outliers, missing values. Someone yesterday was complaining about the quality of data. It can result as it can be as a result of not managing missing data well, and then outliers, they can bloat the figures. Archiving information, you should maintain detailed documentation methodologies, raw data, and assumptions to enable future verification. So you must have metadata about what? The data. Next slide. Quality assurance is about a planned system of reviews. So we have to undertake technical reviews, expert reviews of activity data, animal population, feed quality, emission factors, and calculation methods. You need to combine heads. Katongole, no working in silos, doctor. You need Idibu there to criticize what? Your figures. I'm very happy that people are now taking a PhD and trying to specialize in some of these things. I think a critical mass will emerge from there before we, as a country, we begin what? We begin spreading the gospel very well. I would have loved to criticize it with the capacity you are talking about yesterday, but maybe that is later. Stakeholder consultations involving experts, relevant ministries, industry actors, particularly during the FGDs. And then, of course, benchmarking. We always need to benchmark. You need to collect locally collected data against international literature or regional benchmarks. Sometimes if you lack a figure, you are better off and safer even using the one from Kenya here, because the conditions are almost similar. But you don't go and pick that one of Denmark. You will have misfired. Next slide. The verification procedures. Verification establishes the reliability of data for its intended what? Purpose. Is the data relevant? Uncertainty assessment. You need to calculate and report uncertainty for livestock emissions using RMSE to determine the precision of what? The estimate. We can also do independent third-party Verification using independent auditors or consultants. You need to give them to dissect the figures that you have. But you can also do ground truthing using direct measurements, remote sensing verification using the satellite imagery, especially for land use and biomass, and also animal numbers. I'm lucky to say that I'm one of the Ugandans who has ever been an enumerator in the air. Aerial what? Photography. Very few people have done that. We did it in about 5 or 6 districts. And my work was to measure the altimeter, take the altimeter readings, and also take pictures. Those pictures could capture like 4 hectares of land at a go, and it's calibrated at the center of the plane. So once you snap, you look at the animals. As a front seat observer, my work was to snap those animals, record the height above sea level of the aeroplane. A very fantastic experience. Digital tools and blockchain, employing digital tools like Internet of Things based sensors, and also blockchain technology. What is important here is about information logging. Once a record has been captured, if you try to tamper with it, even that one is logged, that the person tried to what? To tamper. So that is very, very important. Decentralized systems by the working blocks and IoT sensors. So I don't know whether we can do that to make sure that the information does not suffer, lose integrity, and also the trail is mutable. Next. So in summary, what am I saying? The key focus areas for livestock data reliability are: 1, the activity data. We need to improve on the quality of animal population data. Feed digestibility. I had Dr. Dibu talking about digestibility this morning. We of course need to do live weights. These are all experiments, by the way. You want to do live weights of animals to get the technical conversion factors. You need to undertake those surveys, those experiments for various production zones, for various sexes of the animals, for various ages of the animals, and so forth and so forth. Emission factors, developing and verifying country-specific emission factors for empiric implementation and then manure management. Consistency, we have to make sure data from different sources are consistent. Not where veterinary is also talking about these numbers, UBOS is also floating, another one trying to catch the eye of the policy maker and wooing resources, and yet you are both shooting yourselves on the what? The food. Finally, it's about interoperability, the use of digital tools that allow different platforms to exchange data. In that way, you reduce errors, and then you improve what? Efficiency. So, ladies and gentlemen, I bumped on this, that carbon is a business variable, not a compliance requirement. Carbon is fast becoming a competitive what? Currency. This is according to Janice, these ladies here, they are Irish. Not long ago, compliance was the main driver of action, but the landscape is shifting. While global rule books continue to take shape, the direction is unmistakable. And we're talking about transparency and decarbonization being now what? Business essentials. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Bwana Okello, as you end with that saying. And therefore, even within the implementation of climate smart, the bigger picture is economics. That is the bigger picture. We are talking about increasing productivity. We are talking about market access, reliance, and all that. Resilient value chains. But at the end, economics appears. So with that conclusion, yes, but before we get into economics, what are the critical steps that can lead us to earn better. Okay? Because I've seen in the national structure, when you read our NDP, number 4, we are talking about upgrading or migrating from that low to middle income. So these are kind of the activities that lead us to be migrated. So on that note, again, another round of applause for Mr. Okello, because he has given us that even if you collect data, are you considering these key areas in the data that we require? Will it take us to have a credible system that all of us want to establish, either as a project, which is a question we are going to answer, either as for the national or the other part of the MRV, the 3 listed MRV types as of yesterday. So, Bwana Okello, thank you so much. We have a presentation on institutional roles in data collection, reporting, and verification. Ladies and gentlemen, if we clearly followed what Bernard presented, there were so many institutions that were identified, even categorize the roles for each, and we can replicate. Because this particular one, the presenter is not here, but we have benefited from the previous presentation of Bernard Kimoro. And I think when all of us get into that, we get to know that there is no working in silos. This is a diverse implementation that requires everybody that he highlighted. So on that note, therefore, we are going to shift to session number 7, where now our team is going after presentations of yesterday up to where Mr. Okello has ended. The question remains in the house. Are we ready? Are we ready to take off? So they are going to give us about 3 presentations that are coming in session number 7 on greenhouse gas mitigation, MRV readiness for the carbon market. You see, everybody, we want first go to the carbon market, but there is step by step before we reach to the market. So as they prepare, this will be led by our value chain lead, Dr. James Kakungulu, as they prepare to come on the 3 aspects. 1, opportunities for greenhouse gas mitigation and carbon removal in the livestock production. 2, presentation of MRV requirements for climate finance and carbon market participation, which we are trying to join online. The presenter is not in the house, but we have got links. We shall see how we are going to harmonize with the media, but we shall receive it in another venue, which is going to be an online presentation. Then lastly, within that session, we are going to have the part of the packages, because the whole of yesterday everybody is asking if we are to establish the MRV for livestock. Do we know the current packages that we have enlisted in all our project documents? And that will lead and guide us in the establishment. So as they prepare, I see they are with the media team. I want to remind the House, and yesterday all of us talked about capacity, and I think Dr. Idibu brought it up and said, do we have the capacity? And we said, yes, we are also training the capacity. We have our grants for studies, but also for applied research. And I want to invite Madam Dr. Damali Akwango here and introduce the capacity that we are building that will help us lead in this implementation. And we add onto the database of the capacity that is existing. Probably that capacity now will run across all the areas or all the agroecological zones that now we are implementing under the project. So Dr. Damali and the team, I would like to invite you in just 5 minutes, as our team prepares, introduce to us the capacity that we are building, the students that have qualified, the students that are going to benefit from this project. Thank you so much. Doctor, you are welcome. Doctor is our lead within NARO that supports the project under PIU. So you're welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Damali Akwango Aliao. I would like to call upon the PhD and MSc students who are here. Come up, please. We have a few because it was a short notice invitation. So these are some of the students who successfully got PhD and MSc scholarship. Please introduce yourselves and inform the House what your PhD or MSc is. Because I think what we did, we invited those who are doing their PhD and MSc in livestock production.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kule Yowas, pursuing Masters of Science in Animal Production from Chambogo University. I'm glad to be one of the beneficiaries of this scholarship scheme. My topic of research is I'm looking at adoption rates, the dairy innovation technologies, why dairy innovation technologies are not being adopted in Ndoroko district. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members. Stephen Kazu is my name. I'm a student from Makerere University. I'm pursuing Master of Animal Science. My research topic is assessment of carbon footprints of dairy production systems in Uganda.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pacific Netkuzela. I am a student at Makerere University. I'm pursuing a Masters of Science in Crop Science, but I am studying on pastures in relation to reducing greenhouse gases. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Anthony Odeke. I come from Katakwi. I'm also a student at Makerere University. After having been awarded this scholarship under the Uganda Climate Smart, I'm pursuing a master's in livestock sector planning and development. At the point of chasing for the scholarship, I wrote a concept note on enhancing the feeding systems of ruminants. However, I'm still yet to get approval from the university on the particular line of research to undertake. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Senyonjo Ronald. I work from Amdat District, Karamoja region. I'm pursuing Master's in Veterinary Preventive Medicine, and I'm studying veterinary waste disposal. So manure is just a component, part of the veterinary waste. Thank you very much.
I think this was the role you gave me, Mr. Odeng. Thank you so much. You can take your seats.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Damali, for introducing. I think when you look at the link, the alignment to all the parameters that we're talking about, that will lead to the establishment or development of the MRV. Somehow, probably, we need to look at them in detail, such that we align, panel beat them, in order for us to capture. The major reason and the purpose of having these grants for PhD is for us to generate the data that will support the implementation of this project. So this is handy and it's come at the right time. So therefore, for the students who are there, you are not just students. You are part of the implementation of this project. So therefore, time and again, you will be called upon, whether in data collection or supporting in any other critical thinking about the project. So wherever you are, the institution just know you are in our hands until such a time when you graduate. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the entire team that is here, some of them are within the geographical scope of our implementation. Somebody mentioned is from Amudat, I think. Amudat, according to our production systems in Uganda, I think Dr. Ziwa yesterday brought it up. When you go to Karamoja, it's divided into 3 production systems, isn't it? But is it harmonized across the country? You find in Amudat, we talk about the pastoral zone, and Amudat is key. They say that is purely pastoral. But when you go to Amudat, you find they have cultivated maize. The crop residues they stock after harvesting. The animals pass there. So is that agropastoral or pastoral? Then there is an area they are saying agricultural, and they have delineated it. Then there is agropastoral around central Karamoja. So I think it is coming out handy for us to see how to harmonize or to identify those indicators that make us define some of these systems. So we wanted the first presenter to be our person on the online, but we are pushing it further. So allow me invite Dr. James Kakungulu. He has been involved in livestock MRV, a guru that piloted a project here under livestock MRV, and has transitioned that project to Tier 2. I think in Uganda, that is the project that attempted. But I was comforted when we said it is work in progress, whether the data is complete or not. But once we have migrated, we have migrated. There is no point of return. So Dr. Kakungulu, we invite you, and ladies and gentlemen, let's join the hands and welcome Dr. Kakungulu James, who is the livestock value chain of Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. You're welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I'm Kakungulu James. I take lead in the livestock value chain and the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. Basically, I will share our interventions, then later I'll delve into what we've been doing under MRV in the ministry. Okay. Yeah, as part of the background, basically, it has been noted, climate change is really affecting livestock in a number of ways. And one is the prolonged dry spells and the stress which we've been seeing around us. And because of that, we get issues of increased disease incidences in livestock and even in human beings. Issues of feed and water challenges are happening. and this will lead to movement of animals in search of water and pasture. And definitely this will come up. Therefore, it becomes critical to move into resilient and climate smart livestock production systems. It's quite critical that we can't stay the same as we've been doing. Resilience and being climate smart is the way to go. I want to share about what we are doing under the project. A number of you are aware about it, but for the benefit of those who have not heard about it, it's quite a big project, national project. It is here. We're implementing a 6-year project with support from the World Bank. In terms of funding, it's the biggest project we've ever had in the ministry. We're talking about $350 million US dollars. 325 as a loan, then 25 as a grant. And I must say it's also the first project supporting all the sub-sectors within the ministry. Crop, livestock, fish, and beneficial insects. In terms of coverage, 69 districts across the country. That's over 50% of this country. But in terms of agriculture, a lot has been covered. Who is implementing? Just a bit. MAIF, we take lead, as earlier shared by Emma here. NARO, they have just been here. We've got NAGRIC and DP. Then the Department of Meteorological Services under the Ministry of Water and Environment. Then the district local governments. Our colleagues are here as part of the project. The project objective. Why do we have this project? What do we want to achieve in here in terms of livestock? To increase productivity. Beyond productivity, we need to access the market and resilience of livestock, livestock value chain in the project areas. And also to respond promptly and effectively to any crisis or emergency. If you want to be climate smart, you need to be able to respond to an emergency or a crisis. So that is our objective. Dr. Ziwa, I think you've heard about it. Wonderful. Next, in terms of livestock, we've got what we call the priority livestock value chains. Number 1 is dairy. Number 2 is beef. Not meat, but beef, cattle. Then we've got another value chain, which is very, very important. Is the commercial pasture value chain. We're also supporting the refugees as part of the project, and under refugees, we're into poultry and piggery for a number of reasons. In terms of area, where they operate from, the lifespan of this project, poultry and piggery, and already they have been doing it, so they picked poultry and piggery, basically for the refugee area. Yesterday we talked to what are we doing? What are our packages? What are our investments? We picked on being a livestock, a value chain project. We look at production up to the fork. In terms of production, number 1 is improving genetics and breeding systems. Very, very key. If you want to improve any efficiency, look at the breeding and genetics. The feeding and nutrition enhancement. A lot of work is being taken under the project on that. Animal health services. You've got a very good animal, very good genetics, you fed it well, but if you can't take care of animal health, you won't have it next day. Water for production. Very key. We are doing a lot of work in Nakasongola here. We want to ensure that they have enough water. Each time there have been a crisis, they have been struggling to get water from different places. Market access and validation. What we produced, we need to take it to the market. We need to add value to it. Climate smart production systems. Very key. Mechanization. We can't continue working the same way we worked. If we want to be efficient, we need to mechanize. So we've got an intervention under mechanization. Institutional support and farmer support. The farmers are the reason we exist. We need to organize them. We need to work with them. We need to support them. That's where they see the rubber meets the tarmac at the farmer level. So what are we doing under genetics? We are doing it in 3 phases or in 3 streams. 1, the live animals. We want to enhance the genetic pool of the Jersey in terms of dairy. In this country, we promoted out of dairy in terms of the Frisian. But we know that if you are going to be climate smart, the Jersey is the way to go. So we are going to provide income, but under a matching grant scheme. Income jerseys, our target is 7,000 income to farmers. Farmers are going to contribute to this. The condition is 80%. The farmer is providing the 20, and the project is supporting the 80%. Also providing on the side of the beef, the Swaiwa, the Boran, and Buhan bulls in terms of supporting the farmers in terms of the live animals. But this is a small number, but the real work is going to be on expansion of artificial nutrition services. That's where we are putting a lot of emphasis, because we know the easiest way and cheapest way to deliver genetics to the farmer is through artificial insemination. You get any superior bull from US and you take it to the deep to the village through AI. So the support, first of all, we are going to support NAGRIC. We are supporting NAGRIC in terms of the infrastructure. NAGRIC is the organization in charge of artificial insemination in this country, or semen and breed. So we are supporting in improving on their artificial insemination infrastructure. That is the bull starch, the bulls, the entire value chain, that is the nitrogen plant, then also the trucks to carry the nitrogen where it is required. From there, we are supporting district centers, the 6 and 9, to have AI centers at district level. And also we are supporting them to have them at sub-county level. And each district we are targeting 5 districts in sub-county to have the sub-centers. That is the infrastructure part of it. But we need the guys who are going to do the work, the technicians. So we are training a target of 288 technicians who are going to deliver the service to the farm. Beyond training them, we are going to equip them with motorcycles and the AI or artificial insemination gear, equipment, the cans and the nest, and the gun that they use. That is at the level of NAGRIC. But we know it's only not NAGRIC supporting the farmers in terms of offering these services. the private sector is key. And we do believe sustainability will happen if we support the private sector. So we've been able to bring them on board. One, by making sure that they are registered and they work as per the regulation. That's what we call accreditation of service providers. Two, they are going to be part of the people who are providing all the services to the farmers. And we've agreed that the project is going to contribute 80% and the farmer contribute 20% for AI services to the farmers. But you're not going to pay for the AI service, you're going to pay for a conception or a pregnancy. We've had challenges that farmers could get the services up to 3 conceptions, even 4, without a pregnancy. So under the project, we are going to pay for the pregnancy, not just the AI service. So if they are efficient in what they are doing, 1 service could be enough. 2 could be enough. Bernard was sharing with us yesterday that in Kenya the average is 3 conceptions, but in Uganda we talk about 2.5 to 3 per conception. But we want to use this method of paying for conception, bring down the number of conceptions per service, so that they take their time and do it more efficiently, because they are going to be paid for conception other than the service. So the payment is going to be under the e-voucher, and we are good to go on this. So we do believe that at the end of the project, there will be already a conversation, an interface between the farmer and the private service provider. They will continue even beyond the life of the project. So it's the way of sustainability in terms of increasing access of these services to farmers. Next is feeding. We've got a very good animal now, but we need to feed it. And I've had friends that they want to, who have work doctors, that I want to put up a farm. But most times you ask them, do you have the feed? Their main interest is always having what? The animal. So we want to focus and ensure that we have enough feed resources of the animals that we want to have in this country. Our neighbors are so happy that they are proud that we have enough feed resources, but we want to raise them well as a country. So, in terms of pasture establishment, we're looking at Napier, Bracaria, and other regimes to support in terms of feeding. How are we supporting as a project? We're doing it in 4 ways. Number 1, we're targeting the commercial farmers. And each district we are allocating it 100 acres, whom we are going to support to establish 100 acres. If you're a commercial farmer, you've got your land, you haven't been utilizing it, take up pasture growing and get money out of it. Already, we've identified those farmers and you're good to go. So the target, by if we cover the 100 acres per district, we're looking at 6,900 acres under the commercial segment. Dr. Kasozi, your farmers are ready? Very ready. So in terms of, beyond that, we go to the farmer group level. Each farmer group has got 15 members for dairy, and we are supporting each farmer to have 2 acres for pastures. And if you look at the numbers, that's where the big pool is. 2 acres, and if you look at 30 acres in the district, we are looking at 1,350 acres per district for dairy, improved pastures. So the numbers are quite good, and we are hoping that if all goes well, that's what we are implementing. Already, we have identified the farmers, and they're getting ready to get the services. But this also is under the e-voucher. It's a matching support. 20%, 80%. Beyond you've had the pastures with you, but you need to see how you manage it. So we are supporting in terms of motorized forage choppers. We've had situations when the pasture is ready for utilization, but the farmer can't be able to utilize it because of machinery. This is also under the group approach. Yes. Back a bit. So, motorized, they are under the group. One member can use it today and it will be willed to another member to utilize it. So that they can be able to harvest well, conserve it at individual farm level, silage and hay, at farm level and also at group level. Next. So we do believe we've got a very good animal in terms of genetics, being able to feed it well. What next is now what? We get the product out. I wanted to share something about production systems. It has been a topic here that I didn't want to go into, but nonetheless we need to talk about it. In terms of the project, we're looking at this in terms of input and output and the management systems. The intensive systems, where we're looking at zero grazing. And colleagues, you would agree with me, there is some areas where we're having out of zero grazing. And you've got Elgon region, because of land and whatever, they are mainly doing zero grazing in a simple way. Teso, Bunyoro, where the issues of land are challenged. We are promoting intensive systems. Then you've got semi-intensive, where people have done their paddocking. You go to Kiribula, you go to Singiro, you can't talk about zero grazing, you not appreciate it, maybe feedlot, but they are really into paddocking. Then you've got extensive open grazing. Emma has been talking about it in the Karamoja sub-region and West Nile. Then agro-pastoral, Teso, and Karamoja. Those are the systems in terms of production that we are looking at under the project. Animal health. We've got a very good animal, we fed it, but we need to keep it healthy for it to give us the milk the next day. So, hard health. We talked about it, Dr. Kachongolo was sharing about it of hard health. We need to look at a farm in terms of hard health, looking at the different parameters of it and interventions. Also rolling out the issue of livestock identification systems as part of the hard health. Farmers were encouraging them to ear tag the animals and identify them. Vaccination against pollinated animal diseases. FMD has already been taken over as the government intervention. As a project, there are other diseases which we feel could curtail our production that we shall work with the farmers to vaccinate. Currently, we talk about outbreaks of anthrax, we need to come in there. Surveillance and conistics. Surveillance is very, very key. The other day, Dr. John Irukolo was telling me that a stitch in time saves 9. But in terms of surveillance, I think it saves 1,000. If you can be able to nip the bird in time before the disease spread. So we are trying to strengthen issues of this surveillance. And because of that, we are making operational a number of veterinary laboratories. We have a number in place, but we are initially beginning with procurement of equipment and make them operational. The equipment is to put them at the level of what we call by security level 2 of a lab, and to be able to handle all issues happening at district level. The other day we were with the team, we went to Singiro. They have got a very big building for a lab, but they didn't have equipment. So the project is going to support them to equip the lab to a level of biosecurity level 3. kind of simple issues of diagnosis. Beyond that, we avoid labs, but also sometimes they become more relevant. There is a lab person there, the equipment is there, but the lab must be fed with the raw materials, which are the samples. So we are going to support establishment and piloting of an animal sample collection system. How the samples come from the farmer to the lab, and how does the farmer receive the feedback as fast as possible. Tick control and vector control, we are going to support it. That where they don't have spray pumps, they can be able to support them to get spray pumps, because one tick can disorganize an entire herd. Then the wormers, Dr. Claudia was talking about issues of mastitis. It's something that is happening on our farms, but ignored. So the issue of mastitis testing is something we're taking seriously under this project. Farmers are losing a lot without their knowledge. Next. Yeah, the production has been done. We need to take it to the market. We have the milk and the meat. So we need to bulk. We are going to support issues of milk collection and bulking. And when you talk about bulking, you need cold chain infrastructure. And after bulking, you need add value. So promotion of simple cottage industries for dairy and beef processing. And then linkages to the market as part of our interventions and support to the farmers. Next. Water for production. We are targeting some few valley dams. We're looking at those which were already identified, but desilted because of other reasons. So we are going to desilt valley dams. And also looking at major water points. We have identified like Nakasongola, Katapi, and Moroto, where they have big issues of water for production. Micro irrigation is part of the support that farmers will be able to access. And surely the objective is to ensure reliable water supply for livestock and pasture production. In terms of being climate smart, we want to use on the numbers and have efficiency. Bernard was talking about the challenge of numbers, but we need to see how we navigate through that conversation. So promotion of zero grazing as a way of managing a number of other issues. So manure management, we are going to support only one farmer, whom we call the host farmer, with a biogas unit to manage the manure. Others can pick from there. But as a project, we are going to identify a farmer in a group, one farmer in a group, to set up a biogas unit. And out of that, they will pick a number of lessons, which Dr. Ibra was sharing, that manure is not a problem, it's a resource. So farmers must appreciate it as a resource by supporting them to demonstrate on one farmer unit to get biogas, or you can get biocereal, and utilization of crop, that integration happen. The outcome out of that integration, we're looking at improved soil fertility and reduced gas emissions, with gas emissions. Next. Mechanization. Under the project is beyond livestock, but the project is setting up mechanization units. And these units are going to have factors, or we call them centers, and the implements to them. In terms of livestock, we've said we need, as part of the implement, the forage choppers, horse rushers, and then the balers. So the farmers will be able to access these implements or tractors from the centers so that they can be able to plow and be able to harvest the pastures. We had a project where we supported farmers to establish pastures. We had a farmer in Chankwanz. He planted 20 acres of cloves. But this problem came at the level of harvesting. He said, if you gave us only items to harvest, maybe you would have been much better. So as a project, we are looking at having those centers where farmers can be able to access the equipment, either being owned by an individual farmer. Then also the centers will be able to support them on issues of operation and maintenance. And we do believe with this there will be increased productivity and efficiency. So mechanization should begin from production up to the end. If you've been able to plant 10 acres, you need machinery to harvest those acres. It becomes a challenge that if you plant it and don't using machinery, you need it the entire way to the end. And the project is coming to support that. Next, institutional one, lessons have been learned that our strength is with the farmers. And the farmers must be organized in either farmer groups as the entry point, then they need to be higher level. So without farmers being organized and working together, your intervention will go to waste. So we are strengthening formation of farmer groups. Then the capacity building for them to work together is very important. Then the linkage of these farmer groups to input suppliers. Where there is that conversation which will go beyond the project. As Bernard was sharing, organized farmer groups are essential for effective delivery of any intervention. If they are working as individuals, you are not there. You are talking alone. Next, in terms of the inputs, the details are there. At per group. And the farmers are meant to make a contribution, and then the project will make the other 20-80% contribution. So that is the matching system, so that we have ownership and respect of whatever they get. We're not giving out any free items under this project. So we do believe if they match, they take responsibility, take ownership, and it's more sustainable. You cover many compared to if you give out free items. So next, that is the beef package also in terms of quantities and the coverage. And it is 20-80% contribution. And this is done on what we call the e-voucher system, not cash. Farmers make orders on the system and they receive their inputs, and their system happens that way. So farmers are becoming high-tech. Next, commercial pasture, we are supporting them in terms of land opening, pasture seed, fertilizers, and harvesting, as shared earlier. And the simple money is 111 million, and the project is making the 80% and the farmer 20%. That is at national level, the number of investments are there. So we do believe if we have this, the livestock sector is going to change drastically. You have the pastures, you have the quality animals, you can feed, you can market. If the value chain is covered, give us 2-3 years to be another picture in terms of livestock in this country. And we want to appreciate the World Bank and the team for supporting us through this, but the level of implementation. And as I was saying, the time to talk is done. We are now in the field. John, we're in the field. So that is under an agric, national level for an agric. An agric is going to be different from the agric of today. So that we can be able to provide semen, which is very, very important, where you get the superior breeds at the least cost. So what we increase access, affordability of these services to the farmers. So, Mr. O'Carroll Patrick, is what we are doing, please. They are available. We are on the journey at the level of implementation. Expected outcomes, definitely. Productivity is number one. And when Dr. Zia was sharing, if you increase productivity, you reduce emissions. But we can't talk about emissions without household incomes. Definitely, that's the farmer and the political leadership. They want to hear what is the income. So, improved household income is going to happen at household level, at regional level, at national level. Enhanced climate resilience. Strengthening value chain performance. That's what we expect as part of the outcome. Next. As I conclude, I want to share that livestock remains central to this country, really, in terms of income, food security, and food and nutritional security, and income growth. We're talking about 5.5 billion liters of milk produced in this country, getting 230 million US dollars in terms of export. However, we have got a gap in terms of per capita consumption of 62 liters per person per year. When our colleagues tell us the per capita should be 200 liters per annum. Our neighbors they buy milk from Uganda and it goes across, so it is around 120. That's Kenya, per capita consumption, liters per person. So even there is internal capacity of taking more milk rather than exporting it. But I know when you improve on the income, then you can take more milk. Then finally, environmental sustainability. Our discussion today. Livestock MRV. If you increase and work on that without looking at environmental sustainability, all efforts will go away. So we need this conversation and this issue of livestock MRV. When Bernard was sharing in terms of the ministry, we've got work to be done. At the ministry, in terms of the structure, we have currently, under livestock or animal, we have 3 departments. We've got a department of animal health and production. We've got a department of veterinary regulations and quality assurance. And I can say add, but I think entomology is not part of us, but we could take it as part of animal resources. So basically, we have 2 departments. As part of the background, initially we used to have 2 departments. Animal health in the Department of Animal Production. And issues of climate change were housed in the Department of Animal Production. And more so to a section or a division of animal nutrition. And we didn't have, or we don't have up to now, an office that is in charge as an appointment, but it's more of additional responsibility. So initially, I worked as the principal animal nutritionist. And I was taking leadership in that capacity on issues of livestock, MRV, or climate change issues. That was from 2016. And when Patrick was sharing, I went to a meeting also on livestock MRV, and I was presenting the Tier 1. And they said, what is the problem, you know? So I said, you want to move to Tier 2. I said, okay. I think we go with Bernard. Can you come up with the concept on how you can move to Tier 2? That was the design government. So we came up with the concept, shared it, and they agreed to fund us to move from Tier 2. They provided the resources. I was leading the coordinator of that small intervention. I had to look for, within my, we didn't have the capacity to develop that inventory. So I looked for a professor from Makerere, who happens to be here, Dr. Constantine Katongole, to be the principal investigator and lead in that Tier 2. And sure, he has shared what he has done. So that's how we moved, with that support from New Zealand government. And I would say that issues of Tier 2, Tier 1, and Tier somebody, they are still, we need to take out of awareness is required. A lot of awareness is required, from technical to political leadership. When Katongole finished his document, or our document, it had to be signed off by 2 ministers. The Minister of Animal Industry and Fisheries, State, and the Minister of State for Water and Environment. So when I went to my minister, he said, now Kapungu, there are things here I don't understand. You only talk about Tier 2 and you are saying nutrition from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and you want the minister to sign it off. So I had to go through a lot of explanation that the Tier 1 is what it means, and Tier 2 means this. So there is a gap there. Finally, he signed it off. Then we took it to Minister of Water, sign it off as part of the inventory report, which Dr. Katongole was leading. What I'm trying to say that there is a gap, but I think we are building the critical mass, as my colleague was sharing, that we need to create more awareness, to bring more people on board in terms of capacity, and also the linkage between the, always we said the technical should link up with the policy issues, that will bring people on board. The two need to move together. So in terms of the ministry, currently we've got a gap, but as we go into restructuring, we're going to have a dedicated unit for MRV. dedicated unit with an officer with a designation as our colleague has shared with us in Kenya. And I do believe colleagues who have been here, as we take it to the leadership of the ministry, including this time of, because we are always under restructuring, because we believe change is a factor of life and a change is factor of efficiency. Because we've just come out of a change, which began implementation this financial year, but also we're looking at what can we do to improve on what we have. So I do believe what Bernard has shared with us, we can share with the top leadership and colleagues to have a buy-in that we have a dedicated unit or division on issues of MRV to support this cause. But currently, we have officers who are assigned additional roles. I want to thank you so much for listening, and thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Kakungulu. We are somewhere towards readiness for us to establish the MRV. Based on the presentation that has been put together by the value chain of livestock, I think we are somewhere. We have lessons to pick. We have key areas of discussion for this afternoon. So on that note, to back it up within the value chain, Jimmy has a very brief presentation, and I want to invite Dr. Jimmy Semakula to take us through within the same session on the MRV requirements for climate finance, carbon market participation, you know, I mean opportunities. So basically opportunities. So Jimmy is getting ready to walk us through the opportunities for greenhouse gas mitigation and carbon removal in livestock production. You're welcome.
Thank you, Odeng. Thank you, colleagues. John, I'm presenting, and I can assure I am not going to take more than 5 minutes because I'm not seeing my presentation. I have a short presentation because most of the things that I'm going to talk about have in one way or the other been hinted on. So it's just going to just bolster the position and re-emphasize a few things. First slide. Yeah. So I'm making a presentation on the mitigation and carbon removal in the livestock production system. What are the opportunities? Like they have said, my name is Jimmy Semakula. A lot of New Zealand has been mentioned. New Zealand. Let me take this opportunity to boast that I'm a New Zealand trained. And Dr. Kakungulu knows about it. Let me just make a quick few things that I want us, if I forget. Dr. Damali was here, but I wanted her to throw some light on the awarded projects that are related to MRV. If only we could know about that, then that is going to help us to avoid duplication in what we are doing here, and then also to know the complementarities. Probably you don't have it offered, but I wanted you to bring that out, what projects have been awarded and they are linked to MRV. 2, I wanted something on hard recording. Dr. Kakungulu and Woneka, I wanted you to make a comment on hard recording because I don't know to what extent this has been implemented or is still on, because it's going to really help us with our MRV. Once we have a good hard recording system, the way we had planned it, then issues of getting data should not be a problem. So I wanted those 2 things, if I can make my business to mention them. I want to thank the organizers of this workshop, narrow being part, where I come from, and then the World Bank. This, to me, this is timely, and I feel this is a great opportunity that has brought together people from different walks of life, but with a common purpose, and that is MRV. And to me, from my initial assessment, already I can see we have capacity where to start from. So the question of capacity to me should not even be brought here. The question should be, how do we start? Where do we go? Some things like that, but not capacity. So I wanted to mention those few things. Now, the 5 minutes presentation. So the background here, I don't want to talk much. We all know, we are saying that livestock is one of the contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, largely in those 2 areas. But both methane and nitrous and N2O combined, the ultimate is they all point again to carbon dioxide. I don't know if you know that, because we normally talk about how much of carbon dioxide eventually is what we talk about. So I wanted to highlight that. So the goal here is to reduce the emissions per unit of output or productivity. Okay, that is our goal. Next. So livestock as a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Enteric fermentation is the biggest culprit. So it means what happens in the animal's rumen is very critical to what comes out in form of the gases that we've mentioned about. So as you can see there in the demonstration from the Gleam Eye of 2020, this is a borrowed picture from one of the presentations by FAO. I was interested in this particularly. It shows a breakdown of the different practices where we are getting these emissions. And you can clearly see that enteric fermentation is really contributing a great deal. Next. Yeah, so reducing the methane emissions from livestock is what I'm supposed to talk about here. Because if you remember, I was talking about the opportunities, removal, and then reduction. So when you look at the data still, which I picked from, this is actually data from one of the presentations I picked. It shows that from 2020 to 2050, there's going to be a likely increase in enteric fermentation if nothing is not done. I mean, if nothing is done. And the same applies to enteric fermentation, yes, if nothing is done. So which points back to what the animal is taking in. So when you see that picture, I carefully chose it to show what the animals are eating is a very big issue. So this is one of the things to look at. Next. Now, so greenhouse gas emissions from livestock systems. This has been mentioned from the previous presenters. The point of source emissions, so many of them. But what we are talking about, most of them here, as you can see, they are directly linked in one or the other to livestock production, starting from enteric fermentation all the way to indirect losses in the environment. So that also covers what Dr. Dibo was talking about, the pastures which is heaped and managed, but also pastures on the, manure, which is heaped, but also say manure which is on the pastures. How do we account for that? Luckily enough, we have now ways of doing that. I've been privileged to go to Mazingira and also Kapit. It's called Kapit, yes. And in the Kapit station, they were demonstrating the technologies, simple technologies, to really try and account for greenhouse gas losses from pastures. So, as you can see those pictures that I've put there, it's very clear that we are saying that our activities on the environment have a great impact on the greenhouse gases. That is the message from those pictures. And you can see in one of the pictures we are clearing land. And in the other one, it also shows you already degraded land, part of it. So the question is, do we want to maintain that, or we are clearing land for something much better, or we are going to restore. Next. Right, so what are the opportunities, the real opportunities? So in terms of mitigation, we are saying we want to look at ways of carbon sequestration in landscapes. We are looking at emission reduction through feed. This has been talked about. I know Mazingira is doing a lot of research, and lately in Naro we're also doing some work on selecting high value feed resources at the same time that are not so high on methane production. So probably that's one way to go. Efficient low emission ruminants in breeding targets. It is possible, there's actually one of the graphs you'll see that demonstrates that there are some few animals, probably 10%, high producers, but also have been found to have a trait of low methane production. So if only we could look at those and select them, probably it would be a very good thing to do. Animal health. This has been mentioned previously that when we vaccinate animals, when we drench them, treat them, we're increasing on their productivity, and by default, in terms of emission intensity, we'll be doing very well. So there's also research in terms of direct vaccines that are targeting methanogens. I don't know if some of you know about this. I know in Australia I have colleagues working on some projects, and New Zealand, as of now, I know, they are working on vaccines that are targeting methane-producing bacteria. So this is another way that could help. So these are opportunities to mitigate greenhouse gases. So MRV definitely is very important. Probably we just need to agree on the term we are going to use. I know monitoring, there's measurement. But what is the real definition of MRV by IPC? I saw this, I think Dr. Dzwat tried to bring this out, but in the coming other presentations, emphasis was more on monitoring, but for our case, I want to put emphasis on measurement. Because monitoring to me is broader, but when we emphasize our measurement bit, it's really going to help us to not to lose what we want to do. So other things to do are to do with adaptation. These are mainly resilience related. How do we help the communities to survive the effects, okay, of climate change? I don't want to go so much into that. You can see them there. So I've mentioned a few things or opportunities where we can really invest in research and then really apply them for the change that we desire. So animal health, I don't want to repeat this, I've really mentioned this, but what do we need here? Some studies have indicated that when you vaccinate animals routinely, okay, and you also control parasites, the greenhouse gas emissions can really reduce a great deal. So that is something we should really look at. There has also been an observation that when animals are in good health, we reduce on what we call wastage. And wastage can be in the form of the losses that animals will lose, either when they are young, when they fall sick, abortions, and so on. So that is quite important. There's a graph there I've put there. That is an extraction from the anti-tick vaccine work, where I serve as the biometrician on that team. So for those of you who don't know, NARO has developed the first recombinant anti-tick vaccine in Africa. The other two have been developed in Australia and Mexico, no, 3, Cuba as well. So in Africa, this is the first one. So that is an extract from there. It shows you the different regimes when we did the vaccinations and then the response in terms of the antibodies titers, okay? Meaning that the vaccine is efficacious. That is as per the trials. So the next phase we are going to enroll and try to do some pharmacovigilance studies and then we can roll it out. So we need to do a few things. Baseline data on animal health. This is very important. We all need to agree before we leave this place. When are we doing the baseline data collection? Because when we are planning the MRV1, we were encouraged to embed ours or to nest it in the general the general M&E baseline, which we are going to do. So we need to know when we are doing that, and also make sure that the changes we are agreeing are reflected there. Next. So that is the graph I was telling you about, which shows you research that there's some proportion of animals in the, when you go, some animals that you can find which are really high producing and then low on emission. Selection, in terms of selection, I was looking at the heritability of this trait, and some studies are reporting at least 0.2. So 0.2 and above probably would be a good one for selection. Something less than 0.2, we would worry that, okay, maybe we cannot select, but 0.2 would really show that there's a prospectus, a possibility of actually selecting within these high performers for that trait. The other things, we've mentioned them, which we need to do also for us to have a good genetic solution, including some platforms that have been developed and some others yet to be developed that people can use for selection. Having scalable genomic prediction pipelines. This is research mainly. The use of AI, this one has been talked about. Partnerships and networks. Next. Nutrition has been talked about. This is actually the backbone, because nutrition, in most studies, they will say 60 at least % and above of the total cost that the farmers spend goes into nutrition. So this is one area that we should really emphasize on by developing better and testing better feeding and forages that are low on emissions, having balanced rations, also planning when and developing, when to do our feed budgets and the strategic supplementation. In this particular project, we have, let me mention this, we had planned for what we call specialized studies. And under specialized studies, there are some unique things that we feel should be tackled. And some of the things which we have proposed to do include developing the feed budgets, or call them, what's the other word, John? You are the economist. For the different regions, okay? Budgets or, kind of, yes, balance sheets, yes. If we can have that information, then we'll be good to go. And we feel Uganda, as of now, we don't have much of that information. So one of the things we want to do is to have it as part of our specialized studies. The other specialized studies, before I leave this, is we plan, I had yesterday and today, the quality, because the question is you can have the data, but is it fit for purpose? Very important. So under the methods, we've planned to improve on the prediction or measurement of live body weight. And we have a whole study that we have carefully put up to go and target areas which have large livestock numbers, and then calibrate our own tape measures. The tape measures that Dr. Dibu was talking about, based on Goop, Iril, used different breeds, cattle breeds. So the question is, can we apply the same here in our circumstance? Maybe yes, maybe no. So what we are saying under the specialized studies, we're going actually to try and do that. We have the numbers. NAGRIC has the numbers. NARO has the numbers. We are going to go in those particular studies and take these measurements, calibrate our web tapes, and then we should be able to use them. And luckily enough, we have the capacity to do this. Next. Environmental, Dr. Kakunda has talked about environmental. Yesterday, Dr. Wanyama talked about environmental. So I don't want to dwell so much into this, but here the key point is that we have the enteric fermentation, the manure, we have the soil emissions, and then the vegetation. So maybe something that has not come out well is the biomass and the changes in the vegetation cover. This has not come out very well, but we need to emphasize it and our SLM component. I happen to be working with the FAO on a certain project called PLACE, and we really emphasize on this part of the biomass, where we want to see the changes in biomass and then soil health in Karamoja region. If we can actually scale that to the other regions, to be a very good thing. So at least for the data for Karamoja, we have it. So if you can have for the other regions, to be good. So, so the question is, are we looking at removal, avoidance? Next question. Next slide. So these are opportunities for removal. I don't want to go so much into them, but they have been mentioned. Opportunities for removal as well as co-benefits, okay? Things like biogas production from the dung. This is manure management. Grazing and pasture management. This is very key. It's a management system thing, but it helps us to reduce on the emissions as well as other benefits, improving the species diversity and so on. So the overall impacts are clear-cut for those two, as highlighted below. Next. Carbon removal and soil. I've talked about the soil and organic carbon, which is something FAO is doing in Karamoja, which we're also going to borrow a leaf and do. Integrating trees, something called silvopasture, in New Zealand right now, I know it's a policy. On all farms, a farm should have at least probably 20% of the coverage should be having those shrubs and trees. It's a law now. So maybe this is something we could also encourage our farmers to plant many of those trees because of the carbon sequestration benefits. Next. So social context and policy solutions. We are not going to achieve anything if we don't have the buy-in of the community. So stakeholder engagement is very key. So that's why you see those pictures. I borrowed some of them from some previous presentations and then some current ones. This one is from Karamoja under the PLACE project, where we're engaging the elders in Karamoja to tell them about the project and how important it is. Next. Now, let me crown it all by saying that John was saying yesterday there's something that Jimmy is crazy about. So the something I'm crazy about is actually summarized there. I'm very sorry that you may not be able to read everything, but what you are seeing as outputs is actually an extraction of what you see in that oversimplified MRV measurement framework, part of which we developed in New Zealand under the Bioeconomics Modeling Institute. I was part of that, and I believe we are going to collect, when you look at the data collection needs we have and the tools that I've seen, actually we are touching most of those areas. So the question is, how do we interlink, how do we connect them so that we get the desired output? Some of the existing tools have some of the modules, call them modules, okay? Others don't have them. So for our case, if we have all this data, we should be able to have a very well done MRV, which has sufficient data as well as very good output, with emphasis on what TTL said the other day, and John has been saying this as well, that much as we are promoting these technologies, interventions, talk about the MRV systems, but the question the farmer wants to hear is the second last bullet there, the economics. So as we do our models, the model should clearly tell us how much the farmer is saving or how much more the farmer is earning by taking the intervention and how much they are going to reduce on the greenhouse gas emissions. So that is it. We need that balance, and that is the message we should take to the farmers. I thank you.
Within the project, and that's the soil organic. But also what Dr. Kakungulu mentioned, we have an integration of other forage tree species that will support the pasture in the package. So likewise in the beneficial insects value chain. I don't want us to waste time. Our next presenter on MRV requirements for climate finance and carbon market participation is online. I want to invite Dr. Daniel Mulat. Dr. Do you hear us? Please unmute and put on your video. Then you will walk us through this presentation. Do you hear us? Hello, Doctor?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. You can put on your video and you take us through the presentation. Doctor, you're welcome. The team that is here is a team of diversity of stakeholders that are waiting to listen to you, such that they pick ideas that will help us to draw a final product that will lead us in the establishment of the MRV system for livestock in Uganda. So you're welcome.
Yeah. Hello. Can you share the screen from your side?
Yes, it is done. Media, please. Okay, as we wait for the media team to take us through, we can introduce what you do, your expertise, yeah, and where you are. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry I'm not able to join you in person. My name is Daniel Mulat. I'm originally from Ethiopia, but I'm currently based in Nairobi, Kenya. I work at International Livestock Research Institute, IRLI. Most of my work is related to livestock greenhouse gas measurement, biogas technologies, and MRV. So today I would like to talk a bit on why MRV is needed for Uganda if we want to take the livestock mitigation activities from research into climate finance and carbon market presentation. So I'll try to become a bit practical. So why MRV matter for carbon market access? So MRV is evidence-based. It links what happened on a farm to a quantified mitigation outcome that a buyer, registry, or verifier or government can trust. So when MRV is weak, projects face slower approvals, lower buyer confidence, and higher transaction costs. So MRV is not just a reporting exercise because it directly affects whether finance, climate finance, carbon market can flow. Next slide, please. So for MRV related to carbon credit mechanism for a carbon project, we need to first look at what are the carbon credit mechanisms. So in general, there are three kind of carbon credit mechanisms. One is we call it a domestic standard, but I don't think Uganda has a domestic carbon credit currently. But other developed countries like Europe, even China, they do have their own domestic carbon program. But I hope in future, I think Uganda will also have. And then most commonly, carbon credit mechanisms in which, for example, Uganda is currently involved is called voluntary carbon market. For example, there are gold standard various carbon registries who does this, and there are several carbon programs related to livestock from Uganda, which are currently have issued carbon credit and receiving carbon income. For example, biogas technology, clean cooking programs, those are kind of project currently receiving carbon credit in Uganda. And then there is also the Paris Agreement of Article 6, which is coming up. So they do have 3 programs under that. Article 6.2 is a bilateral agreement between the countries and the buyers. And then there is Article 6.4, which is now also under implementation, but they are not yet opened for a carbon registry. And then there is also Article 6.8, but that is not market-based, but it's mostly through technical cooperation between countries. Next slide, please. So this shows that what it takes for carbon finance to flow to a countries or to a project developer, starting from research all the way to verification and registry. So research is critical to develop emission factors, activity data, test different intervention, and to generate locally relevant parameters. So IRLI and other national research institutions are doing those kind of research which are really critical for the countries to participate in a carbon projects. Of course, the data need to be captured at the farm levels through different mechanisms, through survey-based, through direct measurement, depending on the kind of interventions. And then it's also critical to look at methodologies which are relevant for the different carbon crediting mechanisms. And in that methodologies, they specify how carbon reductions or greenhouse gas reduction, or if it is carbon removals, how those should be quantified. There are some guidelines how to do that. Some of them require to do direct measurement, which are of course expensive, and it might not be practical for most of a livestock production intervention, except for biodigester systems. And most of it, they use a model or equations to do the baseline emission, the project emission estimation. And then, of course, it requires proper reporting of those emission reductions. And then at the end, that has to be verified by independent BVB, and then has to be registered in different carbon crediting programs. And then after that, now it is possible to buy the carbon credit. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the MRV requirement differs by interventions. For example, manure-based biodigester systems, they have their own MRV requirement, they have their own methodologies, they have their own reporting and verification mechanisms. Also other interventions like feed-based enteric methane reduction interventions, whether you improve the feed quality for reducing emission intensity, or you introduce feed additive to reduce the absolute methane, enteric methane, that also require a different methodology, a different data collection, reporting, verification mechanisms. And then the other one, is, which is common in livestock, is mostly on carbon removal project using improved grazings and system efficiency strategies. And those also require different methodologies. And in the carbon removals, there is also additional thing we need to consider, like permanency and reversal management, which are things we really need to consider. So I think an implication here is we need to have we need to build a stronger national MRV toolkit that supports several pathways, because, for example, for manure-based biogas programs and feed-based methane reduction, there are some parameters that has been shared between the different interventions. For example, the number of animals, animal sizes, and all the data are shared. So if we build a national MRV toolkit which can now help us to collect those data and then can be shared between projects, that would really reduce transactional cost. Next slide, please. So, under the voluntary carbon market, like Vera, Gold Standard, and then previously CDM, but now they are moving to Article 6, they have several methodologies which are already existing and then can be used by Uganda or any other countries to develop a carbon project. And these methodologies are classified based on different interventions. For example, for enteric methane and feed ingredient, we do have a methodology under Vera called VM 2041, and then under Gold Standard we do have the GS438. So this clearly shows that there are already existing methodologies which we can now use them to develop a carbon project. So we are not really starting from scratch. But not all methodologies are high quality or high integrity. So there is this institutions who's currently reviewing different methodologies and then labeling them as CCP, which is core carbon principles. So they have to meet 10 criteria for the methodologies to be high integrity and high quality. Some of the criteria they have to meet, like additionality, permanency, depending on the project, robustness on quantification. So that means local parameters, local emission factors are really critical for robust quantification, and also safeguarding and benefits. So if a methodology meets all the 10 criteria, then there will be CCP levels, and then when that project is developed using these methodologies, there is likely that they will get a high premium price for the carbon credit. So currently there is only one project which is based on manure from the Gold Standard, is CCP levels. Others are still under review. Next slide, please. So there are some minimum MRV requirement for a carbon market or for climate finance. So, of course, the boundaries and the baseline has to be very clear. And then the second important point is primary data, QC, traceability has to be done properly. And then the third important point is robustness of the quantification, as I have said, and then the uncertainty analysis has to be done properly. And then, of course, it has to go through the verification following the registries or the carbon credit mechanisms in which you are involved. So these are the core 4 blocks which will take now any pilot project into financeable project. Next slide, please. And another important point when we talk about MRV for carbon finance or climate finance is we need to really differentiate project accounting for a carbon versus national inventory accounting. They are not the same, but they can be compatible. This matter is even important in Uganda because currently Uganda government is planning to participate in Article 6. So for that reason, I think the national greenhouse gas MRV has to be aligned with international MRV requirement for Article 6. Because now in this Article 6, the country, the host country has clear roles in terms of participation and also in terms of making a lot of decisions whether those carbon projects will be registered and also will be now sell to another countries. So for that reason, I think it's very critical for the government now to align the national greenhouse gas inventories with international carbon market mechanisms. Next slide, please. So this is a case study for manure-based biogas programs, which is now led by a company called ABPL, African Bioenergy Private Limited. They are based in Kenya, but they have been supporting biogas program for the last, 5-8 years. They have developed carbon project in Kenya and Uganda, and I think if you can see here on the left side at the bottom, you can see the biogas program which was now issued under their third VPA. And as the number shows, it's over 141,000 carbon credits have already issued, and around 136,000 have already retired that have been sold under their program. So currently they have been doing in 5 years project term, but I think they are also now moving to in 7 years. So each carbon project now will have 7 years. For 3 period, that is 21 years. With a 5 year, it has been can go until 25 years. So that is 5 times 5, which can be 25 years. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the biogas program currently they have issued is focused on reducing methane emission from animal waste and also displacing firewood, mostly firewood, which is used as energy source at a household levels. For the project, they have registered under the gold standard, and they have been using specific methodologies which are approved by gold standard. So for reducing greenhouse gas emission reduction, there are 2 ways you can claim the mitigation. One is displacement of the biomass energy used at household levels, and also if fossil fuel is used, for example, LPG, for example, for cooking. And then the other one is from the improved manure management. So the way this greenhouse gas emission reduction is calculated is you look at what are the emission of the baseline. So that is emission from the current manure management practices, the current energy usage at household levels, and then you'll also estimate emission coming from the project. So once biodigester is installed, there are also some emissions coming from the systems, and then you will also estimate that, and then now the difference will give you the emission reductions. And of course, if there are some leakage, you also need to account in it. So mostly the gases considered for this biogas project is carbon dioxide and then methane as part of this project and baseline emissions. Next slide, please. So most of the current livestock-related carbon project in Uganda is manure-based biogas technologies. There are not any other livestock-related projects, for example, on improving feed, improving animal health, and also I haven't found anything related to grazing management. But recently we did a review for livestock-related carbon market worldwide, and we have found that most of those interventions I just mentioned, like feed interventions, grazings, are currently in a carbon market project, including the biogas. So I think those three interventions are almost matured enough now for Uganda, I think, to participate in a carbon market. So as a conclusion, so what I think my takeaway message is, it's always good to start with a credible minimum MRV package. So there are already several MRV systems and methodologies within voluntary carbon market. We can start with those ones. And also it's important to choose MRVs or methodologies that fit the local production systems. Because some of the MRVs might require direct measurement, which may not be feasible the current livestock production systems in Uganda. So we need to really look at what are the local production systems and how we can adapt those MRV methodologies for local systems. And then it's also important to design for scale using shared data standards and low burden workflows, including digital monitoring systems. And also it's very important to align governance early with the registry needs, depending on the registry, and also the national policy, and also the benefit sharing expectations. So the message is not to make MRV overly complex from day one, but to make it robust enough to support trust and then participate in climate finance and carbon projects. So at the end, what I would like to say is MRVs is a shared infrastructure. It should not be treated as a project-by-project burden. The stronger the national MRV foundation, the easier it becomes for Uganda to support research, climate finance, and carbon market participation across different livestock production systems. So with that, I will stop my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for taking us through again the methodology and also highlighting to us those MRV systems that are working within the landscape of Uganda, that are currently being implemented, and also trying to give us heads up in probably what we are going to invest and we may not achieve. So, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to Dr. Daniel, because the methodologies that he has taken us through as we head into the carbon financing, really, we need to be looking at that. So at this juncture, Doctor, there are few, I think, clarifications and comments people want to hear from you, and maybe also to take us through some of the key, if we've missed, So in the next 3 or 5 minutes before you get off, we want to invite Dr. John, probably, to take us through that session. For only Dr. Daniel, the rest of the presentation we shall come back after lunch. So Dr. John, you're welcome.
Hey, Daniel, salam no. Daniel? Salam?
Salam. Salam, John.
Denade.
Ahlan,
I was trying to test my Ethiopian. Okay, I think this session, I know we are also moving for lunch, and if you have some specific questions for Dr. Daniel Molat, clarifications. Daniel, you know, all this was very strange, but very exciting for me, and you kept mentioning Article 6, and I thought you think as the Constitution. If you could help me, maybe give some detail about Article 6. But let me give a question, the floor, colleagues to ask the questions. Anybody who has a question for Dr. Molat? TTL, yes. Morel?
I have a quick question. Does the, wait for Daniel, I don't know, is he still on?
Daniel, the one from...
Is in those standards of the carbon markets, is it clearly stated how to measure a reduction in emissions, or is it up to debates? It's to the person who creates the, like, let's say I have a standard. Does it include you have to use green, or you have to use another model? How exact is it?
I don't know if I got the question. Did you get the question?
No, can you repeat it for me?
Oh, so in a standard of a carbon market, so the standard of a carbon market, how precise is it on measurement, how it needs to be captured? Does it say you have to use GRIMI, you have to use this type of data, or is it open for the person in the project to determine what method to use?
So you're saying in the standards of the carbon markets, how precise, how specific should you be in terms of the model? I think, do they give you a specific model to use to be able to capture the carbons?
I'm not sure if got your question, but you mentioned how precise should be the estimation of carbon reduction in a carbon market project. Is that correct?
Do they give you, like, do they provide you the specific model for estimation, say like GLIMI or among others?
Yeah, because if you want to participate in carbon market projects, yeah, so first you need to identify the carbon market mechanisms you'd like to be involved, whether it's voluntary carbon market, whether regulatory, Article 6 also coming up. So once you identify the mechanisms, and then there are different registries. For example, gold standard and Vera are among the voluntary carbon markets, and they have their own requirement in terms of methodology you will be using. And those methodologies, the way emission reductions are estimated, they are precisely indicated there. But of course, there might be some parameters or emission factor you might be using from already published papers, depending on the requirement. They will require you to use peer-reviewed journals, and they might not even allow you to use emission factor from a report from research which was not peer-reviewed. So they have very specific requirement in terms of what parameters to use and how to get those and what methodologies to use. So once you follow those, and then now you can estimate your emission reduction, and then that has to be now verified by independent verifiers. If that's a question, then that's, yeah. Does that answer your question?
I think it does, and I think you're very specific, and you're saying every mechanism has its own requirement and specifications in terms of what the model that you're required to use. Anybody else?
I can follow up with a question.
Okay, you have a second question.
I have a second question. So if the how, when looking at the context of Uganda, how many standards will be too exact, or the data availability in this type of context doesn't match such standards, especially in the voluntary carbon market? Does Varia have standards that fit production systems with limited data availability?
I'm not sure.
John, can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah, I'm also getting trouble getting it. Sorry, can you repeat again? Can you come and ask me?
I just had a question. If some of these standards are very precise and specific on the requirements and the methodologies, is it then in the context of Uganda where there's limited data availability and they're just starting up their MRV systems, is there already potential for voluntary carbon markets? Like does Varia has standards that apply to these regions? Can you hear me or no?
So, John, can you repeat that for me and then a bit louder?
Wait, yes, if I get it wrong.
Sorry.
So I think what it's saying, all these makers are kind of specific and have specific requirements, and I think it's saying in the context of Uganda, where probably we're still setting up the MRV system, I think, are we ready for the voluntary what? Carbon markets? Are there opportunities for us, like who are still beginning, to participate in the voluntary carbon markets?
Yeah, sorry, I think I'm not getting it probably.
If I can repeat, we have this, you are saying these carbon mechanisms are kind of like they have specific requirements. And for us in Uganda, we are beginning to set up, especially for the livestock, we are beginning to set up the MRV system. So are we ready, or are we ready to participate in the voluntary carbon markets?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've showed you one of the case studies on the biogas program. That was a biogas program which was implemented in Uganda. Yeah? So I think that has been done through the voluntary carbon market using the gold standard and then under the gold standard registry. So it is possible. Currently, Uganda is involved in voluntary carbon market. Even if you follow specific methodologies, specific mechanisms, Uganda is able to do that for some of the intervention like biogas program. But for animal feed, animal health, and the grazing system, I haven't seen any carbon market program from Uganda, but the methodology is out there, so it just need to now adapt those methodologies to the Ugandan livestock production systems and intervention, and then it is still possible to get also involved in those interventions under the carbon project. So yeah, it is possible.
Yeah, and I think, maybe just to add, I think the work on the biogas specifically for Uganda was led by the Ministry of Energy, and I think the Ministry of Energy has been making progress on MRV for biogas. And I think that's a bit of a collaboration, something that we need to bring on board as well.
Yeah, maybe just to clarify, John, in terms of the readiness, I think there are many gaps, right? You don't have a system, and there's a low capacity of the farmers to implement it. And then actually to claim the carbon credits, there's usually third-party verifying agency that comes and verifies. So just having a national system that produces the data without this third-party verification will not be enough to claim for the carbon finance. So there's quite a bit of a need for the preparatory work to get to the level to go into the voluntary carbon markets.
Exactly. So this is not a question, it's just helping you to clarify and probably answer the question that, look, there's a lot of work for us to be able to participate in this. There's a lot of verification required, and there's, I think, a third party that comes in to be able to see what we're doing. And I think this is what you're presenting, and some of it you're presenting here. So I think, thank you again, Dr. Mulat. Unless it's somebody else. Amasakanalo. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right. Claudia doesn't want to greet you today, so he has gone? Okay. All right, so I know we have had a very long, we've taken a lot of time with the presentations, and I know there are some discussions and questions that you wanted to raise, but I think we should first get lunch. Sylvia, I don't know that we are ready with that session. Let us have the lunch, then we come back. We first try to see if we can have a discussion on all the presentations that we have had, and if there are some clarifications, the teams are still here, the presenters are still here with us, then we can go to an activity that we want to do in helping us developing the action plan for the MRV, specifically for the project. But I know Dr. Kakungulu is also making sure he wants us to be pushing for a national livestock MRV. But the key focus for this workshop is really the MRV for livestock for the project. That's the key focus. And we want the clear action plan coming out by the time we go. And I think we shall come for that briefing as well. And we'll be looking forward for your support as technical people here. And I hope that by the end of that, Dr. Kakulu will be clear of who is going to lead the work on the MRV for livestock for the project as we build capacity for the national livestock MRV. So with this, I give back to Odeng, and I know he knows where the things are for the lunch.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. I think you had already flagged the team for lunch. Sylvia, today do we have coupons or we can walk? Okay, all right. They still have coupons. So ladies and gentlemen, it is already some few minutes, 1:45. I think we can be here by 3:30. And then again, today we want to keep time. 3:30, 4 should be able to do our summary activities. So the media team says, okay, half past 2, yeah. True, it's about 45 minutes. And by then, we would have all finished. But still, the media team wants to take a #2 group photo, because yesterday we were different people. Today also we're different people in terms of our coating. So on that note, we can step again here very fast. Then we take for today's last group photo. Thank you so much. If we could do that very fast, we get our lunch, come back here. Yes? The photo waits for the project coordinator. And the media team feels we need to take it. So that let's wait for the project coordinators is closing, so that we capture other members. Even the deputy project coordinator is coming. So Shamim, let's have lunch. Okay. Thank you. Bon appetit. There are no French people in the house? Oh. Hello? Yes, you're most welcome from the lunch break. How was the lunch today? If we took 5 days, how will it be? Because sometimes when we are starting, we can get a better quantity, keeps reducing, and maybe a common menu. So how was lunch? Lunch was okay. That's great. That is a bit of evaluation for welfare team and the hotel. The lunch was okay. All right. So we want to resume with a last session of this meeting. We do not want to get back without having an output of this meeting. We have deliberated on many areas, the methodologies, the protocols, the mechanisms, case studies, lessons, up to carbon financing. So this is the time now where we are going to have a session number 7 and session number 8 combined. And the first one will be developing a livestock MRV action plan for the project. And this, we are going to take these sessions in form of group work, where in each group we are going to have the leadership that will identify key areas that we're going to do, how we develop the action, prioritize data improvements, as we have talked about the gaps, the governance issues, institutional responsibilities, the coordination, and the technical capacities. And thereafter, within the same groups, we shall also now generate the roadmap. And we shall have a snapshot of each group. We'll just give key highlights of what they have discussed, and then the rest we shall have probably a discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session is going to be steered and moderated by Dr. John. He will give us the key guidelines on how we are going to handle this process. a two-in-one. However, looking at our time of 4, Dr. John will be giving he will be a chief whip as well, looking at time, but also guiding us such that we come with a very clear, responsive roadmap that we shall follow thereafter. Good enough, we have been taking notes already, and many discussions, we had them. We highlighted some of the actions, is now just putting them together. So on that note, allow me welcome Dr. John to take us through the next session, but also help us in case there are some comments that people wanted to give in the previous 3 or 4 sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. I don't know whether I'll remember everything in the previous sessions. Dr. Ziwa, I don't see Dr. Constantine around. Huh? He's within the building. Please look for your neighbor so that we pick this up going. In the morning, we were presented by Dr. Ibrahim Wanyama, and I had a couple of 1 or 2 things to look into. But I think the issue of manure management systems is new to me. But you said you have the tools and everything, and I thought maybe you just give us a list of those manure management systems, because I know that some of the team members here, we are going to be working on the baseline and want to have better clarity on those systems and inclusion, and probably also sharing of the kind of the tools that you're using, specifically related to livestock. I think that's one thing that I had, and it was very interesting. And you said the use of a manual for sampling manure, and I think one of the things I was asking, how many labs do you have, or we have in Uganda? How they look like? What kind of equipment do we normally use for this manure testing that we use? Is it like the soil testing, or it is different? That's something I thought I should ask. I'm just setting the pace if anybody asks a question, but I'm just giving you what I picked up and I was interested in. One of the things I picked up from your presentation again also is that, and I think this is also for colleagues Emma asked to do, these data sets, we have a platform for being able to hold this data from Emma, Jimmy? Yes, platform for making sure that we're able to store, keep some of this data, and we interest our academicians and students to be able to use it. So that's something I picked from Dr. Wanyama's presentation, and I thought I should just raise it up. I think a lot from Dr. Bernard, our Kenyan colleague, and I think most of what his presentation was really learning for us, Uganda, and what we are taking up. And one thing that caught my attention is the sector and the subnational level. And you're talking about the national, and also you have the county level. I wanted to understand that. And definitely also picks us a picture for, even for Uganda, and saying, look, we have the national, but don't have the district level kind of committees that, and it's a discussion that we need to be able to pick up and take up from some of the experience that we are getting. Among many things that we're able to one of the things that he said and probably presented, I was able to pick that up, and I think it's something to note and pick, among other things. I wanted to just, Patrick, that was statistical, and I was excited to see this coming up, aligning to the MRV work program. And I think one of the questions you're asking, are the latest IPCC kind of guidelines on this work program. What is the latest? And I guess colleagues in the room can actually help us. And I think that's something that came from your presentation. And I think you also highlighted a number of things that will probably useful for us to take. And I'm sure, I mean, even the presentation that we have here, we need really to have a database that we can be able to store, a website actually for the platform that we're going to be having, even for as a project. And I think TTL has been really asking government, especially MAIF, to make sure that, I don't know Dr. Kakungulu where has gone. So anyway, that's the discussion we're going to be having. The website of MAIF sometimes goes off, and we really need to make sure it's up and running so that we're able to access most of the material. And I think that's one thing that we need to follow. But also, Jimmy, from our side of Naro, I think those are the things to pick up. So yeah, I think these are some of the things I pick. Another thing on manure that I was able to pick is, in Uganda, the biggest thing, especially in Western Uganda, everybody carries lorries of manure and pours it on bananas. And I don't know whether it's a good practice or a bad practice. And I thought I would get some feedback from you on that one, and what is that called in terms of your either manure management system or something. That's something I thought we should really have a bit of chat on and be able to highlight. So I'll probably jump this. Dr. Mulat, I think we finished that, but I don't know with a specific question, but I wanted to give the floor to colleagues to see what I picked and what I wanted just us to clarify, so that before we kick on to the next discussion. Anybody who had anything to clear in any presentation? Anyone? Jimmy is behind you.
No, thanks a lot for presentation. So I have a more practical question in terms of our calculations for reduced emissions from livestock sector that we can report under the project. I mean, we know the packages that we're going to provide to farmers. We know the number of the livestock holders that are going to benefit hopefully next 2 months. I think it can be useful to run some ex-ante analysis. And again, you don't have a tier 2 factor data yet, but I think for tier 2 you need to ensure that within the baseline protocols the required information is integrated, that NARO takes active participation in data collection and also experiments in terms of the feed conversion, and other things that the data collection agency will not be able to do. So as a joint exercise. And I think priori, if you speak with the value chain head for the livestock, to ask the data of the number of the farmers, the packages, and run some ex-ante just using tier 1 and see where you are in terms of your emission reductions. Are we going to meet the target or not? It's not all just for the livestock. We have also obviously the soil management coming in, but it will be good to have some indicative data where we are going to end up in terms of our objective for the project. So just as a suggestion for the next weeks. I mean, you can use even just basic, FAO exact tool. It has some options for the management practices, numbers, etc. And I think within the production plans, we know the type of the animals that the farmers have. So maybe you can plug in and run and model the preliminary expectations that we may have under the project. Over.
Thank you. Dr. Kutangole?
John, mine goes to Bernard. He shared with us their experience with the tier 2 inventory for dairy cattle. My question is the dairy cattle in Kenya under one production system or a number of production systems? How did you sort the saga of production systems we are facing in Uganda? Because we might learn 1 or 2 things from the Kenyan experience. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? The farmer, and then we get
Thank you, Dr. Hilko. My concern or suggestion is to you, Dr. Kakunguru, and Jimmy concerning biogas. We have been able to explain to that under this project we'll have among the group leaders of every farmer association to have biogas units. I had a different proposal if it's workable within your means. I look at the biogas system, one, as for extraction of the methane, which is supposed to be used as clean energy for cooking and lighting. However, we have a challenge of the burden of production of the biogas at each farm level. It's a job in itself, and farmers are not willing to invest in that. The burden escalates with the need for water to mix the manure with, to make the bioslurry, but also the laboriousness that comes with it. Biogas systems also, in the old fashion, other than maybe new systems that could have been developed, those that we used to build with concrete have been failing miserably. After 7 months of investment, maybe 2, 3 months, 6 months, the whole system is broken down. So that the adaptation has gone down based on other farm experiences. I have been made known that Naro in Nariri, they have developed an industrial level scale system where you look at the biogas as a system, pick out the gas, pressurize it and pack it. That's one. Two, dehydrate the bioslurry and package it in amenable moisture levels, preferably in powder form, for ease of transportation or distribution to the end user. Now, I don't know that everybody sees what I'm seeing, but me, I'm seeing an industry of biogas. So I'm making a proposal. Could we actually register youth associations, support them with that kind of infrastructure? It may not be the Nariri's capacity to be able to process a certain amount of tonnage of cow manure every day, register farmers in the cooperatives who will allow the collection of their manure to that parish level or something, collection center. This manure is processed, weighed and processed. So at every month, I can tell how much manure I have collected from Mr. Irkor's kraal. Now, in exchange for that, you would have, after the bioslurry has been processed, a refund in form of properly packaged and purified organic manure, the powdered bioslurry. At the same time, you could actually have direct access in terms of market for the pressurized gas in terms of cans. Now, let's look not just at the carbon removal, also look at the business industry we are creating and the jobs that come with building such community centers. Then you do away with these farm-based biodigesters, make larger capacity biodigesters. By the end of the day, even farmers themselves who have larger capacity will start to invest in that at their own farms.
Thank you.
That's what I want to suggest.
I think having time problem, and
Thank you, the moderator.
I thought you'd be the last, but
Mine goes to Dr. Ibrahim. I was so grateful with your presentation. However, one of the challenges you cited was that farmers fear to work with the manure because it is very, very smelling until it smells. So one of the solutions would be to come up with the manure that cannot smell, so that farmers are free with the manure. But now here comes, in this project we are implementing, we have the component of the beneficial insect, the black soldier flies. And in order to attract them from the wild, we need a good smelling manure so that to attract them where they are. Not only attracting them from the wild, when they are in their nets, the love cage, they need manure which is smelling to direct them where they can lay eggs. How should we go with this? How should we sustain the BSF project as we go away with the smelling manure? Thank you. I have been clear your words.
I'm not sure whether we said we should go away with the smelling manure, but that is for Dr. Ibrahim to answer. Can we give to NPA and then lastly with the local government, then we close this up? Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Israel Mugezi from National Planning Authority. The first concern goes to Dr. Wanyama. In your presentation, it will be good if you shared, since we are about GHG, you did some work, but you never specified the GHG intensity that was being, that was released from the studies that you gave us. Now, when it comes to the presentation from Kenya, almost in line with what a colleague from Makerere University asked, one, I want you to help us understand your livestock subdivisions when you are capturing this data, given the fact that we have other dairy cows and dairy cows, so we always misclassifying the indigenous as and other dairy cows. So we want to understand your experience from Kenya in that subdivision of livestock classification. And then when it comes to the administrative data, I want to tap from your experience on how you were obtaining weight gain from administrative data. There are two variables, the real live weight and then the weight gain from administrative data, because this is the one most important variable that you need to determine any level of GHG that is being released. So I just need to tap from your expertise. It can help us organize our systems better, because some of those have been challenges, especially from the discussions that we've had before on the calibrations of the equipment that we use. Then the other one lastly goes to Dr. Kakungulu. Is he around? Or he has representatives. I think as a country, we need to harmonize our system nomenclature, because I saw what we have put as the classifications of our systems could be different from what is the global understood classifications. So I'm not saying that we should discard ours, but that means that we may need to have two layers. We have the globally understood systems of classification of livestock rearing, but then so we can also have now our own, as was being proposed by Dr. Kakungulu. Then lastly, in that regard, on Dr. Kakungulu's, he presented and said that one of the farmers from the 15 groups will receive a biogas unit. And I want to understand whether the beneficiary selected this person randomly, because given the fact that it's a cost, a farmer contributes some cost and also government contributes some cost. I would think that someone getting a biogas unit would require more contribution in a group than other people. So I just want to understand that, how that will be done at that level. Thank you.
Thank you. And last question from the local government.
No, mine is not a question, but it's a comment, because we are talking so much about manure. Now, Isinjiro, the story is different.
The soil is?
The story is different in Isinjiro. That cow dung which you think that is a problem in other places, in Isinjiro, cow dung has become gold, because this elf is, I think, 2 tons.
2 tons, yes.
Yeah, that thing goes to 100,000 per elf. And a farmer now gets more money from cow dung than selling animals. I was telling my friend here, there is a farmer, they paid him upfront 10 million. That's about 100 elf trucks. He got it. Then another guy, he came with a higher, that's 110. Then he said, no, you take the cow dung. Now the one who paid 10 M, he came to pick his cow dung. Somebody said, no, I got somebody who paid higher, but don't worry, the cows are there. They're going to give us more cow dung. They will come and pick later. And this one I will say quietly, since my people are not here. People now, they are importing cow dung from across the border, TZ. That's how sweet cow dung has been. And it is matoke. Now when the coffee thing from the Climate Smart project comes in, I don't know where people will get cow dung. It is going to be trouble. It's business. Thank you.
It's no longer smelling.
No, it is no longer spelling.
Okay. Dr. Wanyama, I think you take the day. You are the guy of the thing. We'll begin with you.
Okay. I think I'll start with a comment from just to supplement on what he said. If you look at the different systems, sorry.
No, relax.
Okay. If you look at the different systems, where you have the crop and livestock systems together, the demand for manure is so high. Actually, like he said, we met one farmer in Isingiro who said if they could get pampers for cattle, they would buy them because they don't want the cows to go dropping manure anywhere. So the demand for manure in Isingiro, it's so high. And then coming back to you about if we can analyze the manure samples from here, I think that's possible from the Makerere lab. And the other option would be to take them to Mazingira lab, but from our experience with Dr. Katongole, the more you transport these manure samples, the more issues you're like, along the way, the quality deteriorates. So if you can do the analysis from here, that is better.
So can the lab in Isingiro analyze it?
Yes, Katongole. Volatile solids, excreted N, you can analyze in the lab. Okay. So it's a yes. And then about the manuals for sampling, those ones are open source. You can download them from the CG space, or I can share with you. Actually, we have other manuals for enteric fermentation, like the parameters that are required for enteric fermentation estimation. I think Claudia was involved in the development of that. And then for the tools, I think we need to have a chat because I work with a group and we can discuss that with like Claudia. But it's not also just having the tools. We have to train the enumerators. It's a very, very long process, at least to like make sure the tool is what? Effective. And then someone asked about the smelling manure. Yes, I was referring to like pig manure, and the farmers who raise that complaint are ones who mainly live in urban areas who are like squeezed, and the manure smells for the neighbors. So for them, reducing the smell from the manure is very, very important. And we already have some farmers who have a way of doing that. When they separate the urine and the dung, the smell from the manure, like it reduces. But for your black soldier fly, I think you have to keep the manure smelling. Yeah. And then someone else asked about, from our work, why we didn't calculate the intensities. Our work was to collect activity data. And then the data that you have collected is used in national inventories and maybe other projects like this. So that was our boundary to like get the data, and then it will be used like elsewhere. Yeah, I think that's it from my side.
I had a question for you about what you just said. everybody wants manure in the garden of bananas.
Oh,
and we are
yes,
putting in
yes,
is it
yes.
a good practice or bad practice?
Yeah.
And
So
good to who?
Okay. So actually, that's one of the questions that we ask in the tools. We ask the farmers, do you cover the manure after application? Because if they don't cover and this manure is exposed to sunlight, most of the nitrogen is lost. So we encourage farmers to cover the manure from direct sunlight.
Using what? Mulch?
Soil.
Mulch or
Soil.
soil,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So it's a good practice to cover the manure after application.
And if I mulch, it doesn't work?
No, but
I cover with the grass.
No. I think the soil is better.
Okay. All right.
Is it?
You want to ask a question? All right. After Dr. I think Dr. Wanyama, I tell you not to sit yet because it's a question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wanyama. I was just thinking where the interaction between the social science and the technical science is in this whole discussion. We do realize that we've had insightful discussions through, and while you describe the manure and the science behind it, to what extent do you relate with, say, extension workers, the people who break this information down for the farmers so that they understand and apply it adequately to be able to benefit? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So this work of scaling is a consortium. We have women organizations, we have extension organizations, and then also we engage with the stakeholders. We engage with the stakeholders, and that's why I said in my presentation, I said that we co-create these technologies. So we work with the farmer hand in hand. It's top, bottom up. Yeah, so at least that one is taken like care of. And then we also involve the youth, the women. From still our research, we find that most of the work, most of the day-to-day management work of manure is actually done by children, by women, but in most cases they're not involved in they're not considered while developing like the technologies. So going forward, we make sure that all of that is put into consideration.
Thank you. Can I ask Dr. Edebo? I think he has some questions or he has a comment to make. No question. I think we go to our colleague from Kenya. But before that, can we give our vets, what they do exactly? Do they cover or they just power? The farmers. You say the elf.
What actually happens in the field there? The business for cow dung has become so lucrative to the extent that normally the farmers at farm level, they have started hiring people to correct and piling. They never used to pile. So some during probably the dry spell, dry season, they don't need to pile. They leave it there to dry. As the animals tramp on it, it dries very fast, then they start sweeping and load on the vehicles. But in the rainy season, there is need to pile because it becomes too much and the animals, the vehicles cannot correct it during the rainy season.
Okay.
Yes.
The question I have is, my colleague just asked a question about the extension, and the knowledge he says, for the cow dung, when you apply, you cover using the soil. Question is, what do your farmers do? And what, do you tell them that?
Normally, these farmers, when they take this dung, for the case in Zimbabwe, they mainly use it for coffee.
Okay.
So it is dry. Somebody picks like 2 basins, applies per tree, and then they just mix it using a hoe. Using a hoe.
Oh.
They just mix it with the soil.
Okay. They mix it, so they don't cover with the soil. So is that a good practice? Okay.
Even when you use the mulch to cover, it's also a good practice. Actually, from the experiment that we have been doing, if you cover the manure with the mulch, at least we've observed that the loss of nitrogen is reduced. So it's also a good practice.
But we still lose it. Okay. Last, I'll give you my local government. I think you wanted to say something. From Isingiro. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but the issue of manure is the same in Kenya. The demand is very high right now, and not just for the farmers, but you find now people who are doing landscaping in towns are getting manure from the extensive systems, where the cows are kept in a boma or a kraal. It's collected and transported to the major towns. But also the farmers are also using it quite a lot. So the demand is very high. Whether that is a good system for manure management, that's another question.
Manure has taken the day.
Yeah. Yeah, so there are a couple of questions. I think the first one is about national, subnational. I think that is something you wanted to know.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say is that if you look at the IPCC, and this goes with the MRV system that we're talking about. You can have a MRV for, there are 3 types, the ones we talked about, the GAG. Then we have the ones that are for emissions. And then we have the ones that are for support, okay? So according to the IPCC, you can actually have MRV systems at different levels. You can have it at the national or sub-national level. In Kenya, what we have done is that we have now what you call Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System. It's a World Bank funded, supported activity. So we have a system that is supposed to get data from all the farmers. So we have done, it's not complete yet, we're in the process of finalizing.
It's like a farmer registry.
Yes, so it captures all the data, including the livestock activity data. In fact, what we did in one of the studies is that we tried to map the livestock activity data with what is in Kiamis, so that we inform them what kind of additional data that they can capture, especially data like what our colleague indicated, their live weight, which has been missing. Yeah, so we have that system which can capture data aggregated at the national level, but collected at the sub-national level. The idea is we want, at the end of the day, to have a system that even at the county level, they can have an MRV system. Because in Kenya, this is slightly different. These are like mini governments. So at the end of the day, they are going to have their own projects. They'll have probably carbon projects, which is provided for in our carbon market regulations. So they'll have the data they can be able to use. So the idea is to make sure they have all the data they require. And remember what Daniel Mulat said, as long as you have an MRV system, it reduces the cost of setting up an MRV for your project, although it may not be exactly the same, but you'll have most of the data. And that is one of the initial costs, which is very high for developers. I think, Dr. Katongole, you talked about the production systems. I did indicate that in Kenya, we have had dairy for very many years. Our animals are basically exotic animals. And if you are to get crosses, they're crosses of the exotics in most cases in Kenya. The production systems have been there since time immemorial, all right? So the intensive systems coming through the zero grazing, feeding kind of system were developed many years ago. We have farmers who are semi-intensive, which means they have a way of supplementing the animals. They have paddocks, they have large farms, but they also supplement these animals which are within the paddocks, which are on the farm, but then also extensive system. We have some farmers who are actually completely extensive, especially the ones who are near the forests. They go and graze in the forest and they come back. yeah, or some are actually moving with their dairy herds. We have farmers who have 500 acres, yeah? So we have been able for very many years to be able to capture this data using projects. I talked about a specific project which is called National Dairy Development Project, which was there in the 70s up to 1997. And that is the one that was able to disaggregate and provide the production system in Kenya for the dairy systems. Within that project, they had a very big research component. So again, it is the one that helped, for some of you who have been to Naivasha, there is a research institution there called Dairy Research Institute. I don't know whether you've heard of it, under Caldro. So it is the one that set it up, and a lot of research was done there in terms of the nutrition, genetics. They collected a lot of data. Now, National Dairy Development Project, they had extension agents who visited farmers and collected what we are calling activity data every month. And that was documented. Yeah, we have it in hard records. We are trying to capture it in soft, but that record is there. And therefore, that has been something that you have had for very many years. I think on administrative data, we don't collect live weights. But live weight is one of those data points that you don't collect on a regular basis because it doesn't change on a regular basis. And that is why in data collection, you also have to be strategic. Identify which variable changes very fast, then focus on that. The one that doesn't change, you don't have to invest a lot of resources in collecting it. So there is a lot of data we get from research publications, and when you look at them, they don't change that much. So you don't need to collect live weight on a regular basis, yeah? So what you have tried to do is to get it every 3 years, that we can look at the publications. Sometimes you have expert judgment, but you don't collect it as administrative data because it is very costly. Remember also what one of our colleagues said, getting something that we can use. I think Edibu, you said it. We are using the weighing band. We tried it many years. ILRI came with this technology many, many years ago, but there are very many problems. Look at the actual weight, and when you're using the Hearthguard measurements, there are quite a bit of differences. So calibrating is a bit of a problem, yeah? So as you collect your data, be strategic on how you collect it. Is there something I've left?
Maybe
so
not.
on live weight, we basically use mostly expert judgment. For dairy, it was there. From the past records, we also looked at the publications which were there. For non-dairy ruminants, we are talking about non-dairy cattle, sheep, goats, and camels. We basically used expert judgment for live weight. Now, the categories, I think that's the other question you asked, eh? Is it Katongole? Or is it our colleague? Like the categories we used. Yeah, for dairy, 3 production system, 5 subcategories. That's what we used. And we based this on what is in the IPCC guideline. So you look at the cow, the adult male, the heifer, growing animals, and then the calves. Those were the subcategories.
Okay.
And then within that, we now got the performance and more performance data. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, just saying thank you.
No, there is a question, I think, and I want him to answer.
Okay.
On the manure management systems. Somebody asked that, and it has not been answered.
Oh, yeah, go
Now
ahead.
that he's dealing with manure, I don't want to answer for him. Ibrahim. The IPCC classification of manure management system.
Oh, yes.
So IPCC classification of manure management systems. In IPCC, there are a number of manure storage methods, and there is a dry load, stockpile, which is like heaping, there's cereal, there's peat. Peat has like two types. There's one, peat is basically manure which is stored under desolated houses, which like drops down. So there is one peat one which is removed maybe after, which is removed before 2 months, and then the other one is removed after 2 months. So those are the major types that we have here in our context in Uganda. Yeah, thanks. I think.
Thank you. There were questions that were meant for Dr. Kakungulu, and I was wondering if Dr. Waneka is willing to take it up. And then we probably go to the last session of the day.
Yeah, thank you. I know, I think the other question was about the classifications. Yeah, generally, of course, traditionally we've had classifications like extensive, semi-intensive, intensive, but now there are very many. And majorly it's about really the description of what happens. Because when you'll get in some classifications, when they are talking about intensive, again, they will tell you it is grain-based. So ideally, we also gave the descriptive classification, really, of what happens to capture the attention of what was discussed yesterday, so that we could capture maybe where the concerns of greenhouse gas emission can come through, and how we can manage. That's why that classification came through. On the second item on biogas, yes, in the initial package, we had thought biogas would be co-funded for, but out of the many discussions, we discovered that the project would be more climate smart if it facilitated the establishment of the biogas units. So it is not being co-funded for now, so it is being captured under SLM. So the issue of co-funding now does not arise. And we are thinking that could also be as an incentive to the host farmer who is keeping the animals on behalf of the group to be supported and then demonstrate clean energy usage through the establishment of the biogas plant. So I think the contradiction should have come out of that now. Thank you. Maybe just there was something which Dr. Semakola raised, Dr. John, maybe I could also tell him, the Department of Animal Production and Health came up with the feed balance sheet. I'm sure you could contact Mr. Mahoro or Dr. Rule. They were in charge, and as of now, Uganda has developed some animal feed balance sheet. And then you asked something on the herd health. We have scattered information. As a country, we've not really had a comprehensive herd health recording structure. You can get some information, for example, on disease from the Department of Animal Production and Health, and that comes through from the extension staff at the district local governments. Some information on production, maybe milk production, which also comes through from extension. But we believe that through this project, we wanted to also strengthen the records at farmer level. That would be very key, especially for the development of the structure of herd health. And that's why we're even talking of the elites identification, because at farmer level, to get the right data, we need to have animal identification, which of course many of us should be aware that in Uganda, very few farmers, apart from the few who are really trying to commercialize, are the ones who will get rid of tag their animals. Others just have traditional names of their animals, including the President's Farm, by the way. You might also get a little shocked on that. So we need now to inculcate within our farmers the element of records management so that we can capture the herd health structure as well. And that's what this project is really stressing. I wanted to pilot with the 69 among our beneficiary farmers, and we are introducing the herd health cards so that we can capture all the information on health, on production, maybe some support even on weight gains, especially for those who are going to beef, so that later on, this will help us to probably expand to the other areas. Thank you.
Okay, I know there are many efforts in the ministry to do this, but our work is cut out. the farmer registry data system, for the data system. And I think the statisticians who are here, Dezu and where is the guy? There are two statisticians from Ministry, yes. You have work to do. We developed the NFA system. I don't know if there is any district person here where we did this completely. Dezu, which district, any person who is here, which district we go? Huh? Yes, the Katapi guy. Yes, what was the experience? And we're able to register and capture data from all the farmers, no, in the district.
What I can recall properly is the NFAS registration that we did.
Okay.
Yes, at least we managed to reach out to around 10 sub-counties, and in each extension officer was given a task to at least reach out to around 10 farmers.
That was the registration, that was data collection.
Yeah.
The registration was different also.
That's what we did with NFAS.
So this is the NFAS system. So that is also in the ministry, and the rollout is the issue. And thank you again, and we're coming back. And can we get the last program of the day? This is the presentation. I think not the last one. Go to the second last. The last two we can. The one from 2 to 3:30. I know date one. The idea is that we go into 3 groups, and in the 3 groups, we get to the discussion on 3 areas. The first area is we have all listened and discussed and I think understood where we are as Uganda, as a project, as everything else. You have understood our systems and our packages. And the question is that can we identify some specific tasks or activities around where we need to prioritize data improvements and data governance, specifically within the project or within the government system. And then the second area is institutional responsibilities and coordination. What are key actions there that we need to identify? And then the third is technical and institutional capacity. We have discussed this as well. Which areas, which actions do we need to do? I know what we need to do, which areas we need to do, and probably the resources, timelines, and what risks do we face for us to be able to achieve this activity. We think this will help the team or us in developing the action plan moving forward, plus all the support and the presentations that have been given on institutional roles, what we need to do. Yesterday I was talking about the snake diagram that we need to follow. But I think this is something that we're proposing, and I'm not sure if this is clear before I get people into groups. Okay, so can you leave it on? Yes. So I'm going to do this. I'll give you 1, 2, 3. When you're done, the next person should take 1, 2, 3, so that we get an even distribution. Because right now, the way we're seated near our friends, except some tables. I want us to mix up a little bit and have that discussion. So give us the priority actions that we need to improve data and data governance. Give us priority actions we need to do in terms of making sure we catch up with institutional responsibilities and coordination. How do we enhance that? And then give us specific activities in what we need to do in building technical and institutional capacity that we're going to be having. And I think that's the core, and the rest will pick up from there to develop a very good action plan, since we cannot do the action plan here today. Okay, so I'll begin from, who will help me? Docas is 1. So you begin, now you can continue the side. Continue. No. 1, 2, 3. One, that's enough. Doctor, that's okay. You can end there. I think we finished all the tables. Okay. So, if you're one, can we move this side? One this side, two in the middle, three on the last table there. Three at the end. It is 4. We have about 40 minutes. No. Let the guy speak the secretariat. They'll give us active guys in their team. Don't worry. You know, some of these big guys should be secretaries. They even bring me to nice. So group 1, you're handling the data and the data governance. Group 2 is handling the institutional responsibilities and coordination. And group 3, is handling the technical and institutional capacity building needs. And group 2, so everything is here on the board. So what are the specific tasks we need to do, or activities? Probably resource, and resource in a broader sense. Resource in the broader sense. And what is the timeline? And the risks. Specific tax activities, resources required, timelines, and the potential risks. Yes. So the specific tasks, the activity that we need to do, the resources in its broader sense, the timeline that we need to achieve this, by when, that's it, and then the potential risks that we face in achieving that activity.
I know we are concentrating in our groups, but I want to announce that our health break and the tea is there. In each of your groups, you can go one by one, pick, come back, and continue. Thank you.
Hello. It's actually 5 or some minutes past 5. 6 minutes past 5, so we should wrap up. Group 2, I'm told, is ready. Group 2 is ready. Group 1 said they are ready. In the end, what is important is the discussion. Group 3, Emma, can you make sure that the presentations are loaded the other side? Media team. Media team. Be ready to pick the presentations from these colleagues. Emma, can we make sure the presentations are loaded? We are time up. Time up. Hello. Which team is ready? Very good. I can see team 1 is scattering. Team 1 is scattering. Team 2. Team 2 is too focused. Team 3. Dr. Celestine. Emma, team 1 is ready. Can you give team 1 the email? Team 3, can we hang up the boots? Okay. Friends, we will finish the whole day here. That discussion is going to be engaging. Can we end there? Can we end there?
In exam room, they normally say pens down, stand up.
Thank you. Patrick, you can stop there. It's okay. I hope it was engaging and used a bit of your brains, got warmed up today. All right. Media team, the first email you get, you project it.
I think group 1, their mail is on the way. You should
Good.
have
So
received.
Jimmy, you can come straight away if you're the presenter.
Team 2 has also shared. Team 2. Team 3, have you shared? Good. I think all teams have shared.
Jimmy, so team 1, yes, come. Can you project team 1?
My role is very simple. I'm going to present, and then my team members will, by default, answer all the questions, and that's how it works. Okay. Yes. Yeah. I was just a secretary.
So you don't deviate from the views of your group?
Never. Yes, so representing group 1, and we had a task which was to look at the priority data improvements and data governance. And under this, next slide, we came up with, under data improvement for MRV, we came up with 5 strategic priority areas. These include, but are not limited to, the following. 1, classification of data requirements. We need to know what are the data requirements as a first step. We need to identify who are the key experts and stakeholders, because we realize that a number of these data sets, we need to verify them, we need to get the different sources, so we need to know who are the experts to help us do the velocity check on this data. Then we talked about developing standardized data management system. And this will also involve coming up with agreed upon protocols, tools, and etc. others, okay? The other one is we saw there'll be need for capacity building. And finally, we shall need to have specialized studies stroke methods like it has been iterated in most of the previous presentations, because we need to improve on our data quality. In terms of governance, 4 areas were highlighted, including data management, and under this we are looking at the entire, so to speak, data value chain, starting from the point of collection to the point of use or storage. So the entire process of handling that data is what we are considering under data management. And then we are talking about data access. Access has 5 dimensions. Those of you might be aware. There's data accessibility, there's data affordability, there's data acceptability, okay? There's awareness about the existence of the data. So there are 5, I'm forgetting the other one, but there are 5 dimensions. So all those ones. But particularly we said what is very important here is data sharing. How do people access data? Data quality assurance was another aspect that we feel should be worked on. Actually, which comes with the compliance, as we shall see. And then data security. How do we ensure that the data we have is actually secure, is in secure hands? It cannot be tampered with. Next. So we came up with a matrix of what we thought would be the priority area or the gap, the task, the resources required, the timelines, and then any associated risks. Just to quickly go through, my members, these are not my thoughts, these are thoughts from my members, group members. Like I said, as just a typist. They think that the existing data gaps, which actually need some tasks to be done. One, classification of the data, which we need to know. And under this, we need some expertise to undertake this. And we are saying that this should be done before end of June. And the risk which is there, potential risk, is probably a delayed delivery of the service.
I think you can move fast.
Yeah, the next one is capacity building of staff. And by May, we are thinking that this should be done before end of May. It should be started on, because we are saying we should synchronize this with the baseline and any other activities. Associated risks are there. Standardized data management system. I talked about this, tools, protocols. And here we need experts, funds, some equipment probably. And we are saying this should not go beyond July. We should have done this. The next one is identification of the experts. People in my group thought it could be critical as one of the activities to take time to identify these experts, because we don't think we are going to go through a formal procurement process, which is going to delay. So prior knowledge of who these people are is paramount. So the other thing they think is important is that all those efforts need to be coordinated, obviously, under me. Isn't it a good thing?
Okay.
I'm joking. But anyway, so next slide is on governance. And under governance, my team has thought that much as we have a lot to say in terms of the tasks, they generalized it and said what we need is a very good data management plan. They think that if you have a very good data management plan in place, which details all the tasks I've listed there, we should be good to go. And they think this plan should be ready before end of May. It should be ready. I beg to submit.
And a comment from team members? One, only one. One. No comment. Any question from the other members? Yes.
I was just wondering, there is, on the assumption there, not assumption, but the risk.
Yep.
The issue of the funds is coming up several times. I thought the project has taken a decision that this has to take place, so there is available resources. So is that a risk, or it's more of an assumption that there could be delays?
Yeah, thank you so much. Dr. John guided that these are potential risks, which are equivalent to assumptions. I forgot to put the word potential risks, I'm sorry, but the actual assumptions, mere assumptions, yeah.
But also I think the question of delay is still there.
Yeah, the delay.
Delaying to get the funds. What's that?
Yeah. There could be delays, or sometimes, not necessarily delays, but the quantities which are released when you want to use it. Yeah.
Usually when the Minister of Finance releases money,
Yeah.
sometimes releases less, and then they have to struggle with that. Okay.
Yeah, before I leave, John, I want to give a small disclaimer. When I did my first presentation, I think I said this, but didn't come out well. A lot of the materials I used actually was borrowed material from some previous presentations. So in the shared presentation, I've rectified that, and I've put proper credit where it deserves. Yeah, thank you.
I hope the owner of the dissertation is not here. Okay. Can we have group 2? Can we shift to group 2? And let us clap for group 1. I'm told Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Yes, I'm borrowing from Chankwazi group. Group 2, who is the presenter? Shafiq Kuja. Okay. Local government.
Thank you so much. Group 2, you can help us project. My name is Anthony Odeke. Our font. I hope, are we able to see that? I think that's okay. So just to run us quickly to what Group 2 came up with, looking at the specific tasks, the required resources, the institutions, yes, we haven't really covered that. And then some of the timelines. So looking at the tasks, we came with virtual around 6 tasks that the coordination, in as far as coordination and institutional responsibilities, when we're coming up with the MVR system. So one of the tasks is establishing the coordination and governance structure. This is the very, very key item which should come as number 1. The technical experts and multi-stakeholder platforms and the finances are the resources that we shall require. By July 2026, we should have established already the coordination and governance structure. Some of the potential risks, they're actually short-term, which we are calling here the project-based. Once we have established the coordination and governance structure, we need to institutionalize the core team. The technical experts still will help us in ensuring that we do the institutionalization of the core team, which we have already established in the by July. Also within July, we expect to have done that. Going forward, we are going to do the mapping of key institutions. We need to identify, the core team is going to lead the identification, or rather the mapping of some of the key institutions that we really feel should come on board to help us come up with the MVR system. Some of the potential risks is the willingness of the technical institutions and staff to join, and then wrong targeting or selection of individuals, especially if they hear that there is some kind of financial motivation. The other task is orientation of the core team, which will be preceded by development of the roadmap, and that is the work plan. In there, we expect them to give a scope of work, including the budgets. However, the risk that might be associated with this is over-ambition, and then of course resource availability. But for the case of the project, I think resources could be there, apart from the delays which might be encountered along the way. Is there anything left?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any additions from the team?
There were some other tasks, which is identifying available data sources, gaps, description and harmonization of the production systems, which is stood out in most of the presentations we had here. We need to harmonize the production systems, and then the assembly of tools for baseline data collection. Thank you.
Any additions? Any questions from the team? I don't know whether the timeline is good for me. I'm thinking it's too far, but because to run everything, we need to begin having some people who can run the system. Anyway, we'll get to it, but I think, can you put it back? I like it. Sir, can you put it back? I like the matrix, and I think that it came out clear for me that are very important. And I think the presentations that we got yesterday, focused on institutional things and what you need to do. Can it go up? I think they give us pointers of what need to do. When you're doing the selection of the members and the institutions, and the institutions should potentially also be able to provide more, bring more strength, but not be a weakness. And I think we need to revisit those presentations as we do this. And I think, yeah, I think for me, the core thing is having the structure in place and the institution, because that will do the management of data, will do everything else that we need to do. So I don't know whether July is good, especially for the project. However, for the national MRV system, I think that would work. But for the project, we need it yesterday. Especially learning from now that, I don't know whether internally in the project we have capacity. And we need to bring people who are not in the project to be part of the project. So that's the kind of thing that we need to discuss and, to look into. But thank you again for this team number 2. Can we clap for them? Asante sana. Ongeza tena. Yeah, there's a lot to say, but because of time, we have to be fast. Group 3. Group 3. Can you put group 3 up? I don't know who the presenter is. Group 3. Today the farmer. All right. I like today's session, the last session. From a researcher to local government to farming.
Good evening. May you assist in projecting our work, please? Okay. So our work is structured under measurement, reporting, and verification. And the first activity is assessment of institutional capacities, where we want to look at the human, financial, physical resources, and the legal institutional framework plus the infrastructure in place. We intend to do this between May and July, and the risk to that is the non-responsiveness from different institutions and incoherent information accounts that might come with it. So we have agreed that this responsibility should be handed to the project secretariat. The other risk that we have is untimely release of the requisite resources for activity implementation, which might cause delays and overlap of activities. Team coordination inconsistencies, given that this is going to be a multi-institutional approach. We have seen time and again some interministerial and institutional red tapes that sometimes cause that. When meetings like these sometimes are called, you have different faces showing up, and that brings in some back and forth application of knowledge and the actions being put in force. Institutional bureaucracies, non-responsiveness from different institutions. That one I mentioned. This is a kind of a repetition because it cuts across. Now let me go back to the activities under measurement. The training on measurement tools and methodologies. We hope to do this by August. And then after that, in September, we do training on data collection and management for the responsible teams that are going to be doing this work in the selected districts. Development of standard operating procedures for management and implementation of the MRV systems is going to be handled in October. The fear with that is also about timely release of finances for that particular activity, because without SOPs, it becomes very difficult for us to prepare proper reports and that are structured to the objective. Under reporting, we will do training on inventory preparation and reporting, disseminate the data and reports both nationally and internationally if necessary. And then by the end of the year, November and December, we want to train on quality assurance procedures and review processes. What do we mean here? Before we have external independent verification, the plan is that we have internally assessed ourselves. We have capacity. The tool is developed, and we are able to self-assess, mock ourselves to see that when the external assessors come in, we know we are producing the right reports to give us better grades in terms of the verification marks. And lastly, on that verification, we'll engage the external reviewers. We hope to have some consultancies signed and funded for helping us to achieve that. The institutional capacity, establish a technical working group for the measurement, reporting, and verification system. And also, we pray for the strengthening of the technical working groups. We know that we have the NASTIC, the climate change unit. All these need to be harmonized institutionally, now together with the project secretariat that we have at NARO, so that everything is in sync before we employ. I thank you very much on behalf of the group.
Asante sana. Hiongeza tena.
Any additions from the team? Or the farmer has done his job? Okay. Like I said, because of time, it's now 5:33, and I don't want to keep time. I want to make sure that we leave here not very late, because we are late already. Not very late. First, to thank everybody for participating in this last activity. Can we clap for yourselves? And then, before I hand over this microphone to Deng, I want to start my day by, first of all, thanking a couple of people here. Of course, number one, I want to thank Claudia. I don't know whether most of you have seen Claudia. So Claudia is, all of you know her as ILRI expert, but in the thing you are discussing, she's the top expert, at least in East Africa, or Africa and globally. And she organized the first global conference on this area, and it was very effective, very informative. And we got inspired when we were in Nairobi. Jimmy, where are you? Jimmy ran away, and we sorry? Oh, he's drying up, all right. And we came back and Dezu, actually I was forgetting Dezu. We were three there, and we were really very inspired, and we thought these are the things we need to do in the project, in the country. She was also able to bring us a list of, I call her children, and her children, can you stand up? If you are the children of Claudia. And even the one who was online today, I'm not sure whether it's her child, but I came to know him in our research station, and you saw how he was speaking. He's a good son, and I think he's a firstborn. And this is what we are looking forward to see. And thank you again, Claudia, for building capacity for Uganda. But also, she's the reason Bernard Brown is here, our Kenyan friend. And you would think that Bernard is now also from ILRI, but he's from government of Kenya. Thank you, Bernard, for coming, and asante sana. And I think once we form our team, and this should be soon, we should actually be heading to Kenya to learn how these guys are doing their thing. And I think one thing I wanted to say is that if we need to be on top of the agenda of this work, if we need to be attracting resources to Uganda, we need to catch up with Kenya. If we don't catch up, but at least we need to follow the routes. As they go ahead, we continue it. But sometimes we should catch up the way Kiprotich was able to beat Kiplangat. I don't know whether you guys follow athletics. For so long, Kenya dominated athletics. But then some of our boys came back and said they trained together in Kenya. And you see, we go to Kenya and train together and beat them afterwards. I hope that doesn't change Bernard's feeling about us. Huh? You learn the tricks from them and beat them with their tricks. So that's the idea, and I think definitely, but Kenya is the headquarters of the thing. And I think, Claudia will tell me, but I think globally, ILRI Nairobi is the lead in this work program. So we should be grateful to the team led by Claudia. So yes, I want to thank my colleagues, Morel we met again in Nairobi in some of the conference organized by ILRI, and she was able to come here, and it was difficult. Many issues pushing around, but we managed to pull out Uganda. Is this your first time in Uganda? Yes, it's her first time in Uganda. And I hope she keeps coming. And we should make sure that they're happy so that they keep coming back to Uganda. Okay, so let me also thank my local government team. Where is it? Only one, local government. You know, I'm happy that you're here because you're going to be our bedrock down there. When we talk about the system, you're going to be our champions. Once we talk about data, you know why. The only way you can get the resources back to your local governments is because we need you to help us do something. And we are going to be working together, and you are the center of this thing. It's all about farmers, and the farmers are your customers. You're the ones who deal with them. And we need you to send a message. And always the message will pass through you. And this time, I know you will pass the right message because you're learning. And today, I wanted to mix you up when you're discussing about cow dung and covering and everything, because my colleague Dorcas was asking you about the what you do with the extension officers. I mean, the idea is that sharing and that knowledge that we're getting together. We don't come to the conference and go and sit, no, we take the message back home. And I wanted to get the picture from this guy. The cow dung has no price. The other side, cow dung has a price. Odeke, not so. Yes, these guys have a lot of cow dung lying everywhere else. Well, the other guy is, cow dung is a gold, and that is something you need to fix. That's why you're poor, the others are rich. And that's the message you tell them. You get it? So thank you again. Can we clap with those local government people?
Asante sana.
Of course, the media team that has made this day very confusing.
Asante sana.
Some people were asking why do you need these lights and I don't know what. And what is it's very good to have you guys, and I hope the message goes. Because the idea is that we need to make sure that the message is communicated. We need to make sure that we're able to cause a discussion on this. We need to make sure that our leaders are able to. Bernard, one of the things they have agreed today is that they're going to bring you back to the Ministry of Agriculture to speak about this so that the PS and the minister are able to understand that, the thing is good, because sometimes when you speak in your own home, nobody listens to you. And Kakungulu was here, I think that's the message you wanted to send, and make sure that he communicates to you so that you deliver the message. I mean, you're aware when they call you to speak to the technical team of the ministry, please come. Because, you know, Uganda Ministry of Agriculture has been undergoing restructuring now. And they're still going some restructuring and of departments, and there's a bit of confusion there. And maybe this is an opportunity for also having a discussion about restructuring on how to position some of this climate. And you know, the interesting thing is that the information is there. The statistician, when I was having a chat with him, was saying, look, finance is willing to give money to Maïf as long as there is something about climate change work program. And one of that something could actually be the reform around the department. But also it's a reform that probably will also take back as a World Bank team, because our colleagues in microeconomics also talk about reform policy, financing, and DPOs and everything. So that's something that you should take here. So there's a lot that we are learning from here, and I'm excited that there's a lot that these 2 days have given to us. And I'm very, very excited. Of course, the organizers of the day, beginning from my team, from the World Bank, Dorcas is here. She's now representing TTL, I won't say that. And Sylvia has run away as well. You know, she's a mother. And, I mean, Dorcas is also a mother, but I'm saying Dorcas has grown-up children, or somebody to manage them. But then Sylvia is still having young people who need to be picked from school. So she had to run away, but all of you know her. So can we clap for them? the Minister of Agriculture team. Of course, the climate smart team led by Odeng, and I think the typical guests are here. Naro, who is the main convener, I would say. Naro? Yes. Let us keep the cooperation going. Nagrik, I saw somebody from Nagrik yesterday. I don't know whether, yes. So those are all the climate smart project implementers, but also institutions that we are working with. Plus everybody else that has participated in today. I think the hotel owners, FAO, Ziwa, don't kill me. I think we should have brought more FAO so that the room is full of FAO, that we don't forget FAO. But all the same, as you are, we have a bit of work to work together and discussions to have. Again, we are grateful, and let this be the beginning of a very strong collaboration ushered by all of you. And again, thank you, Claudia, for making this happen. I know Jimmy, sorry? No, the consultants here. Yes, I'll say the consultant because Patrick represented UBOS. UBOS is absent officially. I know they have a lot of surveys to conclude and report on, and some of the work has been stopped because there's a lot of data that needs to be analyzed. And we are crying for data. I think Dr. Ziwa or Katongole was saying the gaps are there, and UBOS has a lot of data, and it's not fitting. And I think that's what we discovered this time. There's a lot of data, but it's not fitting to what we need. And UBOS has a lot of it. And the ED has just told them, look, no more data collection until you finish to release the ones that you have done. And that's kind of a manner going to be given to them. So again, Jimmy, I know you want to say something as you ended there. Am I lying? But you can come and say yes. I know you always have words. Before you give a ding, I know it's protocol. I don't know whether these only men have come.
Thank you, John. I just wish to also extend my gratitude and thanks for everyone who has made it up to this point and up to this time. We are so grateful and thankful that you've spared your time, your input, your presence. We cannot take it for granted, especially people who came from the diaspora. Members who are from Uganda, can you please help me clap? Special thanks to Claudia. Actually, if there's one person I thought probably would not make it, that was Claudia. And I was like, oh God, please let her come. And I'm grateful, Claudia, you came. On the sad note, not so much, but of course on a sad note, Claudia told me that one of the staff at Mazingira left. I would have loved to have her here as well, and that is Dr. Sonia, but wherever she is, I talked to Claudia yesterday, I believe we can still work together from wherever she is. So you send our warm regards. Special thanks to Mr. Kimoro Edward. This is, I think, my 4th or 5th time seeing him. He's a very nice guy. Each time we go to Nairobi, he calls us Muko, like he's married to a Ugandan, and that uplifts us whenever we meet him. Thank you so much, and for honoring our invitation. Myrelle, thank you for coming. See, Myrelle is my friend, but at one time she had chucked me, but I'm happy she's back. I'm happy she's back. But so, all in all, members, what I'm saying is we are just all full of joy that we've started this chapter. It's humble prayer that we actually move like this so that we can have the desired result for our effort. I don't want to say much. On behalf of NARO, who are co-organizers with the World Bank. We are so grateful and thankful that you are here, and we wish you safe journeys when you go back. But let's keep in touch. Let's not put out the fire that we've kindled today. Let's keep it burning so that we can work together and even achieve more and more. John, I don't want to be here for too long. You saw us taking my tea, and you disorganized me. So I beg to.
I know you're emotional. It's okay. So just to conclude, so first of all, to promise you, this is the journey we are going to walk, and this is something that we'll put our efforts to. The action plan will be produced and will be shared. We're going to make sure that that happens. And all the other activities that we have agreed on will be undertaken. The team and the structure will be in place and will be shared. We will also be organizing at least bi-weekly meetings to make sure that this activity is being moved faster. And we are asking Claudia, Hillary team, plus Bernard and FAO, this is the beginning of the co-development of MRV. And we promise you we'll do our best, and we still need you to help us journey this journey. That's the promise you're making, and that's something that we're going to do. With this, I will end here and invite Odeng back. Emma, come and take over your space. Johnny Masses, God bless you all, and thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, asante sana to the entire team. Asante sana. One, I want to bring the apologies from the National Project Coordinator of Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. He got caught up. However, he has delegated somebody to give his remarks, and I'll take that opportunity, the right time for him to come and give us. However, on our behalf and on the behalf of the project implementation team, I think Dr. John, Jimmy, they have already provided a vote of thanks. Our gratitude, and I think, Jimmy, the last bit is our commitment, because this has been a great milestone that has been laid by the team of expertise, the diversity that is here for us to kickstart. Though before we are trying to look around how do we lay the foundation, but I think clearly the discussion, the presentation from yesterday to today, I think this has given us a very clear roadmap. So on that note, therefore, once again, say thank you so much, and to NARO, the project team, MAIF experts that are here, please let it remain our commitment, let it be our habit that we are going to move this wheel that has started slowly, but I know it will start spinning at a certain time in a faster rate. So our teams that have come a whole way, yes, Doctor has mentioned about Bernard, and clearly, yes, that is agreed within MAIF, that you will come and speak the senior management, the technical management, such that we take the advantage of the current restructuring exercise for us to capture those missing links of some of those units that will help us to anchor so much MRV within the implementation of our MRV. So colleagues, the rapporteurs and the rest that have been part and parcel, thank you so much. And want to say that the good Lord that brought us, will take us again safely. Today, I didn't have the security situation analysis because the team that was here is already currently in the leadership center doing the retreat. So the roads are clear and the security situation still remains calm for all of us. And on that note, therefore, allow me, I invite Bwana Woneka, Dr. Woneka, to give in 1 or 2 minutes what the project coordinator has provided him to deliver to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ode. And thank you, colleagues, who have managed to keep present up to this time. I am only speaking on behalf of the project coordinator. And like Emmanuel has said, he sends in his apologies. He was supposed to be here with us. But he wants to appreciate, first of all, Naro for taking lead in convening this engagement. He appreciates the efforts of the collaborating teams, ILRI, FAO, the consultants, and he continues to thank the World Bank for supporting Uganda and the Ministry of Agriculture, both from the center and the lower local governments, for standing in to say what, I mean, to make this a reality. He also wants to stress that MRV is going to give face to this project on whether the project really makes sense in the sense of climate smartness. And in verbatim, it is also important that I let you know how he packaged it. And he says that it is his pleasure to welcome you and see you off after this 2-day monitoring, reporting, and verification building and action planning workshop under the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project. He extends sincere appreciation to all institutions represented here for the continued commitment to Uganda's agricultural transformation agenda. He particularly recognizes the collaboration between MAIF, the World Bank, NARO, and our other technical and development partners in making this engagement possible. He says this workshop comes at a critical time, not only for the project, but for Uganda's broader climate and agricultural development agenda. He reminds us that the livestock subsector remains a cornerstone of Uganda's economy, supporting food security, livelihoods, and employment, especially in rural communities. However, he also says it is also a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, particularly methane and nitrous oxide. So this presents both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge is that we must reduce emissions while sustaining and increasing productivity, whereas the opportunity is that with the right systems, Uganda can access climate finance, carbon markets, and results-based financing, while improving resilience and productivity. The NPC reminds us that through the project, Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, government has taken a deliberate step to promote climate smart livestock technologies and practices anchored on the triple win of increased productivity, enhanced resilience, and reduced emissions, with key interventions which include artificial insemination and breed improvement, improved feeding systems, strengthened animal health services, biogas, and manure management technologies. However, implementation alone, he says, is not sufficient to demonstrate impact and attract investment. Therefore, the NPC reminds us that we must establish a credible, functional, and sustainable MRV system. And he asks us the question, why does the MRV system matter? And he reminds us that an MRV system is not just a technical requirement, but it is a strategic foundation for one, tracking emissions and mitigation outcomes, informing policy and planning, strengthening national greenhouse gas inventory systems, unlocking climate finance opportunities, and ensuring accountability and transparency. He says currently we face key challenges, especially fragmented livestock emissions research, limited harmonization of data and methodologies, gaps in data availability and quality, as well as weak institutional coordination. He therefore thanks us and assures us that this workshop was critical and a step forward in addressing those gaps. He said over the 2 days, we have just not been merely here to share presentations, but we have also built foundation of Uganda's livestock MRV system. He hopes that we have taken stock of existing data, research, and systems. We have defined the MRV purpose, scope, and boundaries. We have identified data gaps and technical capacity needs, and we have clarified institutional roles and coordination, as well as initiated an actionable MRV roadmap. He's happy for that enthusiasm in that. And then he says, even after we have come out of here, we must answer the 4 key questions. What data do we have? What system do we need? And who will do what? And how will we implement and sustain that? He hopes that we have now an inventory of livestock emissions data and research needs. He hopes that out of this engagement, we now understand clearly and we have identified data gaps and our priorities. He believes that a database of institutions and experts has begun to be created now, and he hopes that we have defined institutional roles and coordination arrangements. And he's comfortable and happy that we have initiated a draft MRV roadmap with clear implementation pathways. And he reminds us, ladies and gentlemen, that the success of the MRV system will depend on strong coordination. Of course, you could have seen that many of us were emphasizing, even in the roadmap, that coordination gaps exist. But he feels that MAIF will take the overall leadership of the coordination. NARO and the academia will handle the research and methodologies. UBOS will be handling the data systems and statistical integrity. And the development partners shall continue to provide technical and financial support, while the private sector will still engage in innovation and implementation. He reminds, ladies and gentlemen, that no single institution can deliver this system alone. That requires a coordinated national effort. And I say that an MRV system is only as strong as its data. And therefore we must ensure robust data quality assurance, clear data governance frameworks, standardized methodologies, effective data sharing, and access. And he says without this, the credibility of the system will be compromised. The function MRV system will enable Uganda to access climate finance and carbon markets, participate in results-based financing, improve planning and investment targeting, strengthen national and international reporting. He therefore calls upon all of us who have been here to actively engage in the process which we have created on the roadmap. He believes that we should be open to sharing of knowledge and data, that we should be engaged in continuous dialogue and collaboration even after disengagement, and we should be having commitment to undertake clear roles and responsibilities. And just like the presentations have emphasized, we should continue to focus on practical and actionable outcomes. That now that we have been here and empowered, let us move from discussions to decisions and from ideas to implementation. The outcomes of this workshop will feed into a structured livestock MRV framework, a phased implementation roadmap, and institutional arrangements for long-term sustainability. He emphasizes that this workshop marks the beginning of a continuous and collaborative process. And he concludes by reminding us that this workshop represents a critical step towards building a credible, nationally owned and sustainable livestock MRV system for Uganda. And the strength of this system will determine our ability to measure progress, demonstrate impact, attract financing, and transform the livestock sector. He urges us to use this opportunity to deliver real results. And let us ensure that at the end, and as we live here, we live with a clear and actionable pathway forward. He continues to thank us and wishes us journey mercies as we move back and continued engagement for the good of the livestock sector and Uganda in general. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much. That was a message from the National Project Coordinator on the main government side. We have a representative of NPA, Dr. Israel. Just in 2 minutes to close, and we head home. We head to the airport. The district team will head to the bus terminal. The rest of us will head to border to our places. So Dr. Israel from the National Planning Authority is here to crown this. He attended some of the decision-making councils in the district. They say, you don't close. I don't know, most of them say this has been adjourned to the time that we agreed to meet. So we welcome Dr. Israel.
Thank you very much. All of you have been thanked. I may not repeat the thanking again. Once again, I'm Israel Mugezi from the National Planning Authority, where I head the Agro-Restoration Program of NDP4. I bring you greetings from the Executive Director of the Institute, Dr. Joseph Muvawala, who also serves as the Katukiro of Busoga Kingdom. We are here because of an agenda that we have somewhere we want to reach. And of course, that agenda is predefined in the NDP. So the goal of the NDP is to achieve higher household income and for a full monetization of the economy, for socio-economic transformation, okay? So for us to be there are things that we have to do. And when you look at that statement, there is the word income. From income, there is a strategy that we have in place, which we call the 10-fold growth strategy, meaning how do we grow 10 times where we are? It comes from the fact that we are supposed to have a GDP of about $500 by the end of our vision 2040. And at the start of the NDP 4, we were at $50 million, meaning we are for us to reach our vision, we are supposed to grow 10 times. So the question is, how do we place livestock in this? If you look at the discussions that have taken precedent, they have been centered on two major things. One is, how do we increase productivity? If you look at the interventions that were displayed by Dr. Kakungulu, the major aim is increasing productivity, meaning we want this farmer to get more money from one cow that he has been having. That implies that we need to get more milk from that animal, and we need to get more beef, that is the carcass yield from that animal, than what it has been getting. Now, when that happens, it means that household is earning more than it has been earning. So that places the project very well. The other thing is that if you look at the way we've been talking about climate action, it has been from one angle, which is a public good. A public good means the emissions can't be eaten if they are reduced. The farmer can't feel the reduced emissions, okay? But if you have a carbon payment scheme that you are telling this farmer that, okay, from what we are seeing, you've supported the reduction of methane in your herd by this magnitude, and therefore you qualify for a given payment, for example, X. That's an increment that a farmer would feel beyond what we feel globally, which is invisible, the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. But for us to reach that system of payment, for example, we need MRV in place, because you have no basis to promote a carbon payment scheme where you have no MRV. So this fits into the national strategy, because as the planning authority, there is an activity we put in the plan under the program to develop the carbon farming strategy and guidelines. So that is broad for the general agriculture. That includes crop, livestock, and possibly fisheries, if there are certain activities there. Now, here, we are standing here for livestock. And I thank the World Bank. I thank all other actors that are supporting this. I know together we shall reach there. So I thank you for your contribution. This has just been the starting point of a system that we need to strengthen for us to support our farmers to benefit. I feel proud of Kenya, and I'll be happy to do more benchmarking with Kenya, such that before the project ends, also Uganda, we shall be somewhere in the MRV for livestock. Once again, I thank you for your participation, and I wish you journey, mercies. We meet next time, because I told you this is just the starting point. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Ended. So let's go in peace.